Okay, testing, can you hear me?
I hope you're well. I hope those of you who went to the NGO event last night enjoyed yourselves, and those who did other things, I hope you also had a good and restful evening. I know that many of the drafting groups and the budgetary subcommittee and others were working hard, and I thank them for their hard work. They probably had less of a restful evening than most. I should warn you that last night I had to appear before a parliamentary committee in Australia, which meant putting my suit on again at 1 a.m. and talking to our Australian parliamentarians for an hour last night about important Antarctic matters. So you have a slightly sleep-deprived chair this morning. I'll try not to be a grumpy chair, but I suggest that's more in your hands than mine. So please be gentle with me today, and I'll try and catch up on that sleep tonight. So what we will do, we will, as now is becoming our standard procedure, I will first go through the decisions we took yesterday. There is one in which I am going to propose a minor change to the text, and I will represent that to you. We wish one of them to be a little clearer than I think we had achieved yesterday. And then we have some announcements, but we will pause for a while to open a later agenda item under whale killing methods and welfare issues on a specific issue of passing on our thanks and gratitude to Dave Mattila, who will be ceasing his task. So we hope to have Dave beam in and join us, and we'll have a few words to say about Dave Mattila. So with that, let's start with yesterday's outcomes, and if they could be projected, please. So the first of the decisions was under agenda item 7.3, and it was a discussion of the ASW subcommittee report. And the words were, the Commission decides that the ASW subcommittee will facilitate a discussion among the hunters from the relevant ASW countries to consider the term Aboriginal as it applies to their whaling and report back to IWC70 on whether they wish any further action on the use of that term. The second decision reached in relation to that agenda item was that the Commission notes that the ASW subcommittee agreed to close its current recommendations, which show the excellent progress made on this key part of the IWC's responsibilities since the two workshops of the ASW working group. So those were the two decisions we took yesterday. If we could scroll down, please. Thank you. Under 7.4, the final of the agenda items dealing with the ASW work, this was the adoption of their report. The Commission adopts the ASW subcommittee's report and its recommendations. So we thank you all for the work done under that agenda item. We then moved to 10.1, the report of the F&A committee, and we had the 13 decisions here. I'll draw your attention to the one that includes the changes when I get to it. The first one was the Commission notes the progress of the Voluntary Assistance Fund to date and thanks the donors for their ongoing support. That was agreed. The Commission authorises the Chair and Vice Chair to approve any potential new offers on the sale of the Red House should they fall below the £1.25 million threshold set at IWC68, are around market value and are no lower than the net book value of the Red House. I'll now move to the third one. And this is where there is some change in words. We changed the words, or we adopted words that simply referred to doing some work in the intersessional period, but we need a correction. So I'm putting this back to you all for decision, and I'll read it out. The Commission approves the creation of a new intersessional correspondence group for fundraising, and this is the change, with the terms of reference included in document FA-69-4.3-01 and invites interested contracting governments to join the group. So we put this in because we have had this document presented to FNA and as part of the FNA report, and it included the terms of reference, and it's important, I think, that our decision includes that reference to those. So I will pause for a moment to ensure that we can have agreement on this minor editorial change to this decision. Thank you. So the next decision we took was that the Commission requests the Budgetary subcommittee to develop a recommendation for the management of voluntary funds, which includes at least the costs of the Secretariat and administration of the funds. The next was the Commission approves the increase in line with inflation in the NGO, observer and media fees for the next biennium. And next, the Commission notes the vacant seats for the Budgetary subcommittee membership and requests volunteers to make themselves known to the chair of the committee. And finally, on this page, the Commission approves the closing of 37 finance and administration recommendations on the database of recommendations. The next page starts with the Commission adopts the audited accounts for 2022 and 2023, noting both years received an unqualified audit opinion. The next was the Commission recommends intersessional work be undertaken by the Budgetary subcommittee with regards to the auditor's recommendations to review financial regulation F5A. Our next decision was that the Commission approves the signing of 2 memorandums of understanding with the Permanent Secretariat of the Agreement for the Creation of a Sanctuary for Marine Mammals in the Mediterranean and the Permanent Commission for the South Pacific, and 1 letter of intent with the United Nations Environment Programme. The next decision was the Commission notes the expected small deficit of the 2024 financial forecast outturn. And then the Commission thanks the UK government for their support and the contribution towards the rent and service costs of the new IWC headquarters, and thanks the government of Germany for their contributions to the running costs of IWC69. And finally, the Commission agrees to create a science liaison group with the terms of reference included in document IWC/69/10.1/07/Rev1. So these were our decisions we took yesterday, and congratulations to all of us. We did well, got through quite a bit of business on those. Now, we do intend to circulate soon some more information on credentials and voting rights. We're just preparing the latest information, which we'll share with you when that's ready. But with that, we're now...
Ask the contact groups.
Yes, I'm going to have a quick roll call of the contact groups who were doing some drafting. And I'll go in order of the resolutions initially. And if I could start with the resolution on food security and ask if the distinguished delegate from the Republic of Ghana has an update on how they went and particularly when we might expect a revision, if you have an idea of timing on that. Thank you. I give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to all. That subgroup met yesterday and a couple of times, and then late in the evening, there were some track changes here and there, and we plan to meet during the morning break and the afternoon break, and hopefully by afternoon we should be able to report some good progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will now ask the Executive Secretary to let you know which room is available for you as well. So thank you for your hard work and that of thanks to all of those who participated with you as well.
Perhaps I will give sorry, I will give them afterwards, all of them.
Okay, so the Executive Secretary will give the list of rooms at the end. So the second resolution was the resolution for the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards, and the change of words, the development of the whaling industry. And I would ask the distinguished delegate from Antigua and Barbuda to update us on progress made in that drafting group, please. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last evening, we had some very constructive discussions on this matter. We agreed that we would show the chat changes with regards to the original resolution, so that the changes that are being proposed would be clearly identified and compared with the original document. We have that prepared, and we will be asking the Secretariat to distribute that to the Commission itself, to Commission members, and then looking forward to have a second meeting today to see in what way we could improve on that document, if possible.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda, and you'll hear from the Executive Secretary at the end of this which room will be available for your meeting. So thank you to you and those who attended your meeting yesterday evening. I now move to the resolution on cooperation with Camilla in Antarctica, and I ask that the distinguished delegate from Hungary, please, to give us an update. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We will have a drafting group on this draft resolution at 10:30 in the first tea break in room Oceanus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, yes, when we return, we can seek an estimate of the time we'll need for a Rev 1. So thank you very much indeed. So moving now to the next resolution, which is the resolution on synergies between the IWC, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and the BBNJ agreement. Could you provide an update on that as well, please? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We received written comments from several delegations. We incorporated them into a revised version, and that will be circulated then to those who submitted it. And we would like to have the document circulated on the website as a revised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's also great progress. Thanks to all involved in that. And finally, the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling activity. I pass the floor back to Hungary for an update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, for this draft resolution, we received comments from several contracting governments, and we prepared a first revised version, but we will have a drafting group session on this resolution at 10:30 in room Atlantis on the 3rd floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much hungry and yeah, you're carrying quite a workload across all of those. So thank you for that and all of those who participated. Executive Secretary, please, on the rooms.
Thank you, Chair. So food security can meet in the Tritium room at coffee break and then tea break in the afternoon. The group discussing resolution on the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry can meet at lunchtime in Atlantis, Camelor in Oceanis at 10:30. The GBF, we understand that it's meeting in the EU room, and that's for the groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. So that completes the list of resolutions, but I would also ask the Budgetary Subcommittee to just briefly update us on where they are at with their progress on a revised a Rev 1 to the budget as per the discussions yesterday. So I'll just pass the floor to Australia, please, for an update.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to advise that we are ready to come back with a revised version. We should have a new paper distributed to the Secretariat by 10:30 this morning and have that loaded up onto the website relatively soon.
Thank you, Australia, and thanks to the Budgetary Subcommittee and everyone who participated in those discussions. I will say a couple of words on this, is that this revision will come back to us. I intend to deal with that revision at some time before we move on to the sort of final decision making around the schedule amendment and the resolution. So I'd like to have completed the agenda item 10.2 prior to that. I would also just remind us all that yesterday's conversation on budget was a very good and constructive conversation. It's a difficult topic. There was quite some agreement, not entire, but quite some agreement around being able to tolerate and be interested in seeing a revised budget around the 3% mark. I would ask all of you, please, to work hard to ensure that you have clear positions on this. And I would certainly encourage you, if you can, to work as hard as you can to support a consensus decision around an increase of approximately 3%. This is, of course, no real growth in our budget. This is just a budget that is keeping pace with inflation. So it will be an important presentation to see the Rev 1 because that will give details of some of the cost savings that are being proposed to bring the increase down from 5% to 3%. And I would also note that I would hope our attention will be focused on the budget for the next biennium, for the next 2 years. We want to have a razor-sharp focus on that. As per good governance of our financial status, the Budgetary Subcommittee will, as had been agreed at IWC69, bring a proposed budget for the next biennium. And this budget will be noted by this committee. We don't, at this meeting, need to agree to that meeting. At this meeting, we don't need to agree to that second biennium. We note it. And so I think the most important thing, and my plea to you, is our focus is that we must agree a budget for the next biennium. We can note the proposed budget for the future biennium. We can provide some commentary to it, but that will come back at IWC70 for approval and agreement. So speaking plainly, especially to parties who may have instructions from their capitals that their position would be no increase at all, I encourage you to please go back to your capitals and have the discussions and see if that position can be made flexible or at the very least, see if your position can be documented, but if you are in a position not to break consensus. So, of course, this will all depend on the discussion we have, but I want to put that out there because I want to deal with this in a timely manner when we come back. Everyone has had a good opportunity to be involved in the details of this discussion during the virtual meetings of the Budgetary Subcommittee and F&A, and yesterday in plenary during the presentation of that report where the floor was open. So if I can encourage you all to please do that, and thank you. So with that, I'm going to move to the agenda on whale killing methods and associated welfare issues. So I'm going to move to this agenda item, and I'm going to, after this, we will return to the working group of operational effectiveness. But for now, I'm going to pass the floor to New Zealand, which chairs that working group, for New Zealand to open discussion on this. And we will, the topic, as I mentioned, will be to celebrate, I think, the time that Dave Mattila has enjoyed in this commission. So New Zealand, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you,
and welcome, Dave.
If I can just explain to everybody, we had initially proposed this segment as part of the report back of the whale killing methods and welfare issues working group. But because of the rescheduling of our activities, we don't have that session until 11 o'clock. And we didn't want to lose this opportunity for David Mattila to loop into us. So we're going to do it now with your indulgence. Many of you will know that the IWC Entanglement Initiative is a very important part of the work of the IWC. And I have to tell you that David Mattila has a central role in bringing this vision to life. David is retiring at the end of this year after many years as the entanglement coordinator, and the working group assessed it would be wonderful to beam him in so that we can provide a virtual farewell. So I'm going to hand over to Ryan and to Nick, who have worked closely with David for many years, to say some words of friendship and thanks and some personal reflections. Can I hand it to Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. David, it's good to see you. It seems like it was just the other day we were in Maui at the first entanglement response workshop and looking at all of the recommendations there and the great collaborations that had come out of it, the interest of the commission on something that had been very important and discussed. And then we brought, I think it was the first ever of its kind, a recommendation to second an expert to the Secretariat to help further this important work. And there was no one more qualified than you. Not only have you studied whales throughout the world's oceans and actually invented some of the techniques that are now used to release entangled whales, you had been instrumental in the United States regional entanglement response networks and creating those and strengthening those. And then through your work with the US government, but then of course also I want to acknowledge your work and the support from the Center for Coastal Studies in Provincetown, Massachusetts, which then ended up hosting the second workshop. We were able to successfully not only second you, but then transfer you over to become the coordinator of both the expert panel and the entire global whale entanglement response network. So you have had quite a successful career, both in the United States and then on the global stage. And from a US perspective and from my personal perspective, it has been an honor to work with you. I have been constantly impressed by your professionalism, your ability to work with any and all views, and to help move forward the important work of the Commission as it relates to entanglement and response. And just to highlight some of those efforts and initiatives and what you were able to accomplish, I'm going to pass the floor to our chair.
Thank you, US. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you also to New Zealand. Dave, you look splendid in a tie. It's good to see you. And we're going to put a map up. And what this map shows is a beautiful global view of the work that has occurred on the Global Whale Entanglement Response Network since 2013. I'm going to give some statistics of the number of people trained and the amount of work done, and I'll read these carefully because it's quite extraordinary that, of course, David didn't do all of this on his own. He did it with a lot of talented, dedicated and passionate people, but David led this effort and has his fingerprints all over the impacts and the efforts that have happened. So the Global Whale Entanglement Response Network has trained 1,850 people in 42 countries and 5 continents. That's extraordinary. They've developed a program of advanced apprenticeships, training the trainers and equipping apprentices with the skills and knowledge to become regional trainers themselves. And I think that's the most essential underpinning thing we can do in developing capacity, is not come in and just train a few people, but give those skills to the trained people so that they can then carry that on. It's enabled training to be conducted in both English and Spanish. The training has been supported by voluntary funds only, which David usually managed to generate himself. The model David has developed for entanglement response has provided the IWC with a successful blueprint, a technical advisor, an expert panel, and a steering group. This model has been adapted for use by the Bycatch Mitigation Initiative, the Strandings Initiative, and in work to address ship strikes. David has been involved in all of these work programs and many more. He has also served as an active member of the Scientific Committee for many years, including as rapporteur for a very busy human impacts group. So David, it's an extraordinary body of work you've achieved, and we're immensely grateful to you. And I will first pass the floor to you. I know you're a very modest person, so that's why we had to read out your achievements. But I'll pass the floor to you before I make some closing remarks. So, David Mattila, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Nick. I also have to beg forgiveness to the Commission here I tried to say goodbye 2 years ago. Unfortunately, they kind of talked me out of it, and I had stayed on part-time, but for the last intersessional period. But I think it's been very productive because I've been working with the 2 folks who are going to take over this the job I've been doing. That's Scott Landry, based in New England, and Astrid Frisch, who's based in Mexico. And actually, in the last 2 years, they've already come out of the gate like gangbusters because we've trained more people than I think any other 2-year intersessional period before. So I think you're in good hands to keep this initiative going, and I know you'll work with them and really learn from them. And then really, I know how precious time is, so I'll just say I also want to thank besides Australia and the US, but Norway back in the very beginning of this, 2006, 7, 8, 9, in that area. It was those 3 countries who realized the graveness of this issue and realized that this was a common ground that we could all work on to improve. And so thanks to those 3 countries, but also thanks to all of you for welcoming me and this work, and I know you'll do the same for Scott and Astrid. Thanks a lot, and I pass it back to you, Chair.
Thanks, David. And of course, one of the things I personally will miss, apart from your extraordinary work, is that at each venue we meet at, we always try and get out onto the water for a surf. And here we are in Peru, the home of some of the greatest surf breaks in the world, the longest left-hand point break in the world. And you're not here. And sadly, I won't have time to go up there anyway. But we sought some advice on what gifts we should give you for your retirement. And I think some very sensible things came back. We have some board wax for you. And we have some wetsuit repair kits so that you don't expose parts of yourself that would otherwise be best hidden when you're using your tatty old wetsuit. So those will be passed on to you in due course, but you know that you retire from this, the role you've had here, with great admiration from the whole commission. And I would ask them to join me in thanking you for all of the work you have done over the many years you have done this for us at the IWC. So thank you very much, David. So thank you, David. And with that, we will let you return to your relaxed T-shirt and more comfortable clothing and surfboard life. And I hope our paths cross, and I'm sure many of us here do. So thank you, David. Before we open on the working on 10.3, I'm just checking whether we have the slide ready on credentials. Excellent. We'll project that slide for you before we move on to the next agenda item. Excuse me, Spain, I missed seeing you there on the thing. Please take the floor.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Muchísimas gracias. Dado que es la primera ocasión que España toma la palabra, quisiéramos agradecer muy efusivamente al Gobierno de Perú por su calurosa acogida en este bellísimo país hermano de España, y por supuesto agradecer el trabajo de la Secretaría entre sesiones y la organización de esta reunión. Simplemente quisiéramos hacer una actualización de los países que han sido formados por parte de David Mattila y su equipo, ya que España ha sido, entiendo que el último país, a través de una formación a más de 50 personas, incluyendo fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado, salvamento marítimo y otros expertos, en el mes de junio en Málaga. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Spain, and I do apologize for not recognizing you earlier, but thank you for that intervention. I'm not sure if David was online to hear that. We will make sure he hears the intervention and knows how much it's appreciated. So thank you for your intervention. So with that, is the slide ready for? Yes, thank you very much. So this is the updated slide from yesterday. I'll pass the floor to the head of finance administration to just give you the summary, please, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. So this is the latest position. I've got one query that I still need to resolve on St Vincent and the Grenadines, so I'll be working on resolving that at coffee break, but this is the latest position. We have 52 countries who are in attendance, their credentials are correct, and they have paid their contributions and therefore have the right to vote. So the current total is 52. 62 attendees, 2 more are registered. I believe there was somebody in the Secretariat office as I was leaving to come up. The 62 in attendance and 2 that have registered that are due to attend any moment. So 3 credentials are requiring follow-up: China, Mexico, and Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki. I'm sure we've all photographed that if you need the information. So I will now move on, if you're ready, to agenda item 10.3. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marty. Yes, so there's still quite a few items remaining open on these earlier agenda items on agenda item 10. So I will be returning to some of the items on, obviously 10.2 is kept open on budget, and under 10.1 we still need to return to have a discussion around the costings for the plastics resolution. So that will come up as well. But at this point, we'll move to 10.3. The working group met during the intersessional period and presented its draft report to Finance and Administration Committee on the 30th of August 2024. The working group work on quorum was agreed and closed during our first plenary session, so thank you all for that. But there were 3 other items that we will now consider. So I now invite the co-chairs of the working group to present the recommendations on each of these issues, and we'll have time to discuss them. And before they take the floor, I want to thank both the US and the UK, Lisa and Jack, for leading this work. It's been a huge amount of work, and we're grateful to them and the committees and others who worked with them. Who wishes to take the floor? US, please. US, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just if I can beg the Secretary's indulgence, I think there's also a few slides. You have those available? Yeah, okay. So the work of the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness can be found in document number IWC/69/REP/WGOE, maybe 01. Yeah, that's right. So just briefly, we were tasked about 6 different items, or a number of items at IWC68, and those taskings are contained in page 1 of that report. Briefly, we were to develop a proposal to revise the IWC Rules of Procedure on quorum, which we've already discussed, so I won't go into details there. Provide a definition of exceptional circumstances, which we changed Rule of Procedure E2 at our last meeting on. Further consider aligning suspension of voting rights with the biennial meeting schedule, which was something we considered in our last intersessional period. Further consider the accessibility of payment plans. Further consider proposals at IWC68 that were not adopted, and consider some additional issues related to visas, hybrid meeting arrangements, and/or proxy voting. So if the slides are available, yep. The first, what we are making suggestions for changes to rules of procedure on exceptional circumstances, suspension or aligning suspension of voting rights with the biennial meeting schedule, and accessibility of payment plans. We did, that's a lot of text on one slide. We did talk about the other items, but the working group did not make any recommendations at this time. So the language that you see on the screen is our proposed changes to Rule of Procedure E2A, which clarifies a process for a contracting government to put forward a request to have its voting rights restored if it is in arrears under exceptional circumstances. We felt that defining exceptional circumstances we should provide a great deal of flexibility in defining what that is. Do you need me to read them out? Do you want me to read them out? Or, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to you.
Yes, it's a lot to read, but I think it actually is important. And if I could ask you, especially for the benefit of the interpreters, to read slowly and carefully. But these are important decisions, so having it on the screen and having it read out, I think, is helpful. So yes, please.
No problem. So what we are changing is we first say that the existing rule of procedure is the right to vote of representatives of any contracting government shall be suspended automatically when the annual payment of a contracting government, including any interest due, has not been received by the commission of the earliest of these 3 dates. And the 3 bullet points are 3 months following the due date, prescribed in Regulation E.2 of the financial regulations, or the day before the first day of the next biennial or special meeting of the commission, if such a meeting is held within 3 months following the due date, or in the case of a postal vote or other means, the date upon which votes must be received if this falls within 3 months following the due date. And the suspension of voting rights applies until payment is received by the commission unless decided otherwise in the case of exceptional circumstances as provided below. The new language is, if a contracting government seeks to have its voting rights restored in the case of exceptional circumstances, that contracting government shall prepare a written request to be considered by the chair and vice chair with advice from the Bureau. The written response will contain 1, a description and robust evidence of the exceptional circumstances that prevent the contracting government from fulfilling its financial contribution, which are beyond the contracting government's control. Examples include, but are not limited to, war and armed conflict, natural or other disasters. 2, a description of the measures that the contracting government will take to settle the arrears and any interest, including time frame for repayment of its outstanding financial contributions, for example, a payment plan. The contracting government will submit a written request to the chair and vice chair no later than 4 weeks before the start of the biennial commission meeting for which it is requesting restoration of its voting rights. The chair and vice chair will notify the commission of the request and, with advice from the Bureau, will consider the request and decision will be conveyed to the contracting government and the commission no later than 2 weeks before the start of the biennial meeting. If the decision is to restore voting rights, these will be restored only for the commission meeting for which the request is made. Thank you.
Thank you, US, for presenting this. And I open the floor for comments on this item. It's presented here for discussion and decision. So I'll look to the floor. I'll take silence as usual as assent to this. Hungary, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is not a sign of disagreement, but I'm speaking on behalf of the EU and its member states that are party to the International Convention on the Regulation of Whaling. And we would like to thank the Working Group of Operational Effectiveness and its co-chairs for the ardent work they've done. We support the general idea of reinstating voting rights in cases of exceptional circumstances, following the precedent set at IWC68. We also support the proposal put forward by the FNA to clarify the language of the rules of procedures. Furthermore, we agree that any request for exceptional circumstances be evaluated by the chair and the vice chair of the Commission with the advice of the Bureau. We consider that the chair and the vice chair should base their decision on criteria on similar exercises done within other multilateral agreements, and that they should inform the Commission on their decision. As we consider it important that the Secretariat have access to the full budget, we welcome the proposal to develop payment plans with those contracting governments that have substantial arrears. We would prefer an upfront good faith payment of 50% of the amount owed as a condition for entering in the repayment plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Hungary, for the intervention on behalf of Hungary and the EU and its member states. The floor is open. I see no other parties wishing to take the floor. Antigua and Barbuda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Developing countries are still continuing to have extreme difficulties in meeting our budgetary obligations, not only in our respective countries, but also even locally. And the standards that are being established for payments have to take into consideration these difficulties. And I know that the subcommittee on operational effectiveness is doing its very best to take these matters into consideration, but I don't think it has gone far enough, especially because the payment standards of the IWC is far more onerous than other international organizations that fall under the United Nations respective bodies. As you know, Mr. Chair, the formula for calculating contributions in other UN bodies are far more friendly to developing countries. And I would very much like to request that if we're going to reform contributions, the formula must reflect those that are similar to other UN bodies. So Antigua and Barbuda is hoping that some adjustment can be made to the rules with regards to contributions, and they must fall in line with accepted international norms. And whatever formula the UN might use for these calculations, we're requesting that the same be made here. We have to start the negotiations on that basis. And the fact that the negotiations towards payment of arrears and acquiring voting rights, we don't believe that voting rights should ever be linked with financial contributions. That, in a way, is suppressing the votes of poor developing countries that have a right to participate in these organizations. And to hear a representative that is representing a countries whom we have such strong relationship.
I'm sorry, Antigua and Barbuda. That's your 3 minutes, and I apologise for cutting you off. I hear your intervention. My question to you is, you've suggested you would like some further work. Before the Commission right now are some words that have come through from very extensive outreach including a visit to Antigua and Barbuda by one of the co-chairs of the Operational Effectiveness Working Group to discuss these. So there's a lot of work gone in to establishing these words. I just want to clarify, while you're saying that you would like to see further work done, at this point in time, are you agreeing to this change or are you opposing this change as it stands at the moment? I think the potential for this commission in the time we have available to undertake extensive redrafting of these rules within this meeting is probably beyond us, and that suggestions for further work in the intersessional period can of course be put forward and discussed and the view of the Commission sought. So could you clarify if you are able to support this work? The intent of the work was to encourage as wide a range of participation from all parties in the IWC. I hope it's gone some way to achieve that, but could you clarify your position, please? I'll pass the floor to you, Antigua and Barbuda.
Just quickly, thank you for another renewed 3 minutes. What we were saying is that we depend a lot on the EU for assistance, and to put another onerous burden on us to pay 50% before we can ever negotiate some sort of rights going forward is just not within our own interest. And we support in principle the work of this of the working group on this matter, but we would like some further involvement. And I would encourage you, Mr. Chair, to allow us, developing countries, to have a meeting, even in the corridors of this meeting, to look at this very issue, because it's seriously affecting us.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. So this wording is purely about exceptional circumstances. We will come to the 50% issue that was raised by Hungary on behalf of the EU and its member states under payment plans, and I'll seek clarification from Hungary as to whether or not they are seeking a drafting change to those words when we come to it. But at this point, on exceptional circumstances, this is dictating how. This is a term we use in our rules of procedure, and the request to the Operational Effectiveness Working Group was to come with a definition that was as broad and flexible as possible, and that also did not have a burdensome administrative overhead to make a decision. So the notion that the chair and the vice chair, with advice from the Bureau, are able to make a decision on such a matter, I think is helpful. So we will come to payment plans as one of the three elements that are about to be presented from this working group. So I'll just reiterate my question on the terms here presented to us on exceptional circumstances. Are you suggesting you can or cannot support these words? It's just important for us to know on these words. Thank you. I pass the floor back to you.
I reserve our view on that until Hungary comes back on the suggestion that they've been making. But in principle, we can support the framework that has been established by the working group. But the granular aspect of it, we cannot commit on that at this moment.
All right. In the interest of time, I will keep the floor open for comments on this agenda item now, and I will then keep this one open, and I will move through the next two elements of the work of the Operational Effectiveness Working Group. But first, are there any other countries wishing to take the floor on the proposed change to the words dealing with exceptional circumstances in our rules of procedure under Rule E2A? And again, I will take silence as assent, but United Kingdom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, just a brief comment. As the UK is co-chair of the WGOE, alongside my very able colleague Lisa, has been quite deeply involved in these discussions. Actually, at this point, I'm starting to see Section F in the Rules of Procedure when I close my eyes to go to sleep at night. We wish to thank all of the members of the WGOE for their proactive and constructive engagement. The tasks that we were set were not all simple, and we note that in the undertaking of these tasks, the working group based its deliberations on common and best practice and other equivalent international organisations. I think we can be proud of the efforts of the group and the suite of suggestions that have resulted from its work. That, if adopted, will contribute significantly to the modernisation and effective functioning of the IWC. And I think really critically, these proposals stand to benefit all of its diverse membership. We support all of these proposals, but to your specific question, including the decision here on exceptional circumstances, and of course, following the discussion just now, separate to these recommendations, we of course stand ready to take on any further tasks during the next intersessional period. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So with that, I will pass back to the US to present the second recommendations, so changes in the rules of procedure. We'll work through that one, and we will take the three together at the end and see if we can reach agreement. So US, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sincere apologies if I was not so clear. I'll blame the cold. But we do have three separate proposals here, and it is a little confusing because many of these are dealing with the exact same rules of procedure, but these are separate proposals so that you can take the decisions differently or separately. So on the matter of encouraging member payments, this was something that came up in our prior intersessional discussions, and it did not gain consensus at IWC68. So we continue to look at it in this past intersessional period. And the idea behind this proposal is to align when the suspension of voting rights happens based on member payments and when the meeting occurs. We've found that particularly in the biennium, in the intersessional period, the suspension of voting rights when there isn't going to be decisions or anything can be burdensome for the Secretariat. So we are proposing to change Rule of Procedure E.2. And the change would be, it currently says 2A, the right to vote for representatives of any contracting government shall be suspended automatically when the annual payment of a contracting government, including any interest due, is not received by the Commission. And we would strike by the earliest of these dates and the rest of the language in those 3 bullet points and make it say 10 days before the first day of the biennial or special meeting of the Commission, full stop. And these same changes would be reflected in Financial Regulation F2. And I could go on to the next proposal, or we could have a discussion on this proposal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. So yes, I think it's easiest because they are somewhat confusing as to how they relate to each other. I think I will now open the floor for discussion on this new language. So deleting some language, I think making it simpler and also making it more available until very close to the biennial meetings of our Commission. It also means that the difficult situation around any circumstance to have a postal vote is simplified in that we are likely to remain quorate through those periods. So I open the floor for discussion on this matter, please. I see St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not clear, and I see clarification here. We are hearing that voting rights that are suspended, that the payments are required 10 days prior to the first day of the meeting. Am I to understand that if one does not complete your payments before that particular period, that your voting rights will not be restored, even though payments take place after or even during the period of the meeting?
Thank you for the important question and clarification. I pass the floor back to the US for clarification, please.
Yes, the process that exists now would remain. It's just that in the intersessional period, say in 2025, if payment wasn't received as it is now, at all, I'm sorry, if payment wasn't received, then voting rights would not be restored. The first time they would be suspended would be 10 days before the first day of the biennial or special meeting. And once payment is made, voting rights would be restored. So it'd be the same process as it is now. It just gives much more time between when invoices are sent out and when voting rights would be suspended. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So essentially it delays the suspension of voting rights for a much longer period until right up to 10 days prior to the biennium. But then, of course, it enables, under other rules of procedure, payments to be made and voting rights to be restored. So it's essentially, it's more lenient on the suspension element of voting rights as far as time is concerned. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor again, please.
Yeah, understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you said that we will discuss this at a later, so I'll allow the distinguished from the US to continue with the presentation. But I do understand now that there is a longer period before the suspension is executed. So for me, that is fine.
Thank you very much. And what I'm hoping to do with each of these, to be clear, is I think under the, I see you, Antigua and Barbuda, I'll come to you in just a moment. Under the first one, I think we had we had broad consensus with the principle, but Antigua and Barbuda were reserving their right to approve that by consensus or not until we had walked through the next two steps. I'm hoping we're doing the same with this one, that I want to get a sense of whether it's agreeable, but I've undertaken to work through all three before we go back and actually test that consensus. But now is the time to be asking points of clarification or certainly any concerns with the wording around this. Now is the time to be raising those issues so that we can discuss them and work through them. Antigua and Barbuda, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to congratulate the working group again for that concession, meaning that during the intersessional period, voting rights can remain so that we can get along with the work of the Commission during that. But sad to say, I don't think it has gone far enough. As far as Antigua and Barbuda is concerned, voting is sacrosanct. It's a right that we'll always have and should never be linked to financial considerations. We have to find another way to encourage members to pay their fees to this organization because it cannot function without fees. But the suspension of your right to participate in this organization because you cannot afford to pay your fees is a very, very hurting issue to poor developing countries. So I would urge the Operational Effectiveness Committee to move more into making sure that they link voting from financial contribution.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. So what I'm hearing, I think, is that while there is request for more work to be done at this stage, to the task before us right now, the wording before us sounds as if it is likely to be generally acceptable, but we will come back to test that consensus once we have gone through the third element on this. And I see St. Lucia requesting the floor. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a particular problem. We paid 95% of what we were indebted to you, and there was a small amount to be paid, and I wonder if we're not going to have the right to vote if that money doesn't get here by tomorrow at lunchtime.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. We can discuss this on the floor now. I can ask Nikki Bartmeyer, the Head of Finance and Administration, or we can take this conversation during morning tea. Which would you prefer? I'm happy to take it however you wish to handle it. We are trying as hard as we can to be as flexible as possible, and I think the work in the OEWG on payment plans is trying to reflect that flexibility. So, St. Lucia, how would you desire we deal with this issue now?
Chair, I don't want to wait for later. Later is late. And I need to know if we're not going to have a right, if we owe you £2,000 out of £9,000, we've paid £14,000, £2,000, and we can't get a vote after we've paid everything. It's only a little bit of what we have for this past year, and I need to know.
Okay, that's fine. I will ask I respect your request, and I will ask the Head of Finance and Administration to let us know where we're at with that. And I'm not sure, Nikki, whether you can talk to the rule of procedure here, or we will ask one of our, either Ryan or one of our co-chairs of OEWG to talk to the specific rule of procedure. But first, Nikki, if you can fill us in on the details, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, St. Lucia. You are correct in what you've said. I think it's just over £2,000, which is still outstanding. And I believe the ruling that our acting chair made on day one stated that if you could demonstrate payment of that residual amount had been made, i.e. a copy of the bank transfer, then you would get your right to vote back for this meeting. I don't know if that's acceptable or achievable from your organisation's point of view, but that is definitely an option for you. But otherwise, following the rules of procedures that we have, the amounts have to be paid before voting rights are restored. So following the rules, I'm afraid that's the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. I'm going to go to the US for clarification on the rules of procedure on this matter, please. US.
Yeah, maybe I heard you wrong, Nikki. I thought that St. Lucia was one of the countries that was covered by the chair's ruling on the first day, where you were only in the arrears for 2 years, and you paid it, that unique situation you explained on the first day. So I do think that St. Lucia is covered for this meeting because of the ruling you made, but we can clarify this as needed.
St. Lucia, what I would like to ask is, I understand the time imperative on this. We need to clarify just a couple of things. We need to go back to that ruling and make sure. I can assure you as chair, I'm doing my very best to be as flexible as possible, and that was the basis of the ruling, that we wouldn't wait until it was shown to be in the bank with payments, that it was just that there had been evidence that the money was being sent. But we will double check and we will come back to you over morning tea, and you will be able to reopen and speak to this agenda item if need be after that morning tea. But rather than use the time of the whole commission to resolve this now, I'd rather, if I can beg your indulgence, to sort this out over morning tea. Thank you. Thank you for your forbearance. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I recognise you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I find this a little bit ambiguous here, because I know that the ruling was made that if you have, for instance, 4 years in arrears, that you can pay 2 years and then forward a letter indicating that you are willing to pay the balance within the next biennial period, and your voting rights will be restored. So I find this a little bit unusual with relation to the issue with St. Lucia here, but you said that it will be resolved during the morning break, because otherwise it sounds a little bit strange that St. Lucia is indebted, to £2,000. They would have paid 95% of their indebtedness and still not appear on the list to vote. I don't want to belabor this point, but here again, we definitely have to look at the intervention by the Distinguished Commissioner of Antigua and Barbuda with relation to the availability and the enablement for us to pay, particularly small developing countries that have some significant financial challenges. And we think that it's up to the developed countries and those who are members of this commission to have a closer look at what is happening with the less developed countries and the challenges economically that we face. And it hinges on our participation, because what it does is that it eliminates us from being able to participate in decisions of a global body to which we are all a party, but we will not be able to do so because of our financial situation.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, so there was a ruling that I made that if countries with 2 years in arrears enter into a payment plan, then their voting rights will be restored. There was also a ruling I made that instead of waiting for the time of clearance at our bank, which can take 3 or 4 or 5 business days, voting rights would be restored when there was evidence that the money had been sent. And so this was trying to be, again, add some flexibility so that countries who had sent the money, but it was still awaiting clearance at the receiving bank, did not have to lose their voting rights in that period. So I made those rulings. We're going to clarify where it is with St. Lucia. We need to obviously remain within our rules of procedure, and the effort by the Operational Effectiveness Working Group was to go through and try and improve the situation for all parties on this and have extensive consultation, including directly with the Caribbean countries on this, so that we could bring text to this meeting that was as acceptable as possible. So we've certainly made that effort, and I'm sure the Commission and the Operational Effectiveness Working Group remain open to concrete proposals to consider in the intersessional period and bring further changes back for consideration by the Commission. So I see St. Vincent and Grenadines again requesting the floor. I'm so sorry, I have Guinea before you. Guinea, you can take the floor. Thank you.
Ok, merci, Monsieur le Président. La République de Guinée se retrouve dans le même cadre dans le processus de paiement de ses arriérés de cotisation. On m'a envoyé tous les documents qui prouvent que le processus est avancé. Je voudrais aussi profiter de ça pour donner les documents à Madame Niki pour que vraiment notre droit soit rétabli. Je vous remercie.
Yes, thank you very much, Guinea. Yes, please submit those documents to the Secretariat at your earliest convenience. We'll be breaking for the morning tea session in about 15 minutes, so please do, and I hope that can be worked through efficiently and effectively for you. So thank you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you request the floor again.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, not to belabor this point, but I mean, I heard you say just now the Caribbean countries, but in our reference, we are not only talking about Caribbean countries. We are speaking about all developing countries, and here you have a classic example of one of the countries in Africa, and you would notice likewise in the schedule that I saw that there are a lot of countries, particularly some of them coming out of Africa, that have not been, that have had their voting rights suspended. And this tells a story. Mr. Chair, further, it needs to be taken into consideration that you may be invoiced for a particular year, and from that year, you also have your interest added on. But then if your payment is not made on a timely basis, there's always the exchange rate, which sometimes makes a significant difference depending on the level of contribution. And I think that too has to be taken in consideration, because when you are ready to make your payment, you certainly have a different figure because of the rates of exchange with the British pound.
Yes, thank you very much, St Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, I certainly recognise as chair that this is a broad issue, actually across all parties, but certainly perhaps disproportionate in some areas. So I take that point, and I do take the point on exchange rates as well. So we can bring those forward. We can bring those forward for discussion and consideration by the OEWG. Antigua and Barbuda, I'll take your intervention if it's on a new element of this, and then I would like to draw a line under that and come back to the particular words before us. I'll summarise the discussion as best I can and seek the view of the Commission, but I give the floor to you, Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just in two matters, and especially what we have before us now. I do think that many countries that are members of this organization, their currency is pegged to the US dollar. So perhaps the time has come for us to calculate our contributions based on the United States dollar, given that the sterling is one of the most fluctuating currency there is on the market right now. And that would provide some more stability for our treasuries to deal with this matter. So if it's not difficult, perhaps we can ask the operational working group to look at that to see how can we transition into that situation, because it's truly affecting us as far as the fluctuation of the sterling is concerned now. Another area that is more in line with the report from the working group that I would like to suggest is that we should think just when a country becomes a bad creditor, bad debtor. Is it after you're paying for all these years and just 1 year you're in arrear and immediately your rights are suspended? I think that some formula must be developed over a period of time. I know you're suggesting, Mr. Chair, after 2 years, but that is to satisfy the biennial approach. But I think that you cannot categorize a country that has consistently been paying their dues to become a bad creditor if they just are in arrears for 2 years. It has to be a longer period than that. So I would like to suggest that the operational effectiveness working group have a discussion as to just when a country should be categorized as a bad creditor and hence the elimination of voting rights. But it just should not be after a 1 year period, a 2 year period. That is my suggestion.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. We have a couple of suggestions for consideration, which I'll bring back for discussion when we have completed these three particular items. So thank you. I return to the particular wording that is proposed under this this change. I remind everyone that essentially the wording change that has been done by the OEWG on this delays the suspension of vote for almost the full 2 year period. I take account of the intervention from Antigua and Barbuda that they would like a longer period, but this it's a step, it's an improvement in terms of delaying the suspension of vote until a predictable time before the biennium. If we don't agree this, then we will be reverting to the existing rule of procedure in which voting rights get suspended at an earlier time under the three definitions given there for the dot points. So I ask the Commission, I'll bring them all back as a package, but in principle, at this stage for IWC69, is this going to be an acceptable approach in principle? I'll take final decision on it when I come back to it. I see Ecuador. Ecuador, you have the floor. So I see no one taking the floor, so I see that we'll come back and test this. We may have agreement on this, and I will now pass the floor back to the United States and ask them to present the third of the changes under this agenda item. So USA, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Our third proposed change to the rules of procedure and financial regs are to encourage the use of payment plans in order to have your voting right restored. And the suggested change that we have here is in regards to financial regulation F, F5 as it relates to arrears and contributions. The first thing I will note is that we found typos in this from our changes last year. So that's the first change that you will see is renumbering the bullet points, the A, B, C, D, and E. So the current change that we would change to F5 is if a contracting government's annual payments, including any interest due, have not been received by the Commission in respect of a period of 3 financial years, no further annual contribution will be charged. Interest will continue to be applied annually in accordance with Financial Regulation F1. C, the provisions of this regulation apply to the contracting government for as long as the provisions of Financial Regulation F1 and F2 remain in effect for that government. D, the contracting government concerned will be entitled to attend meetings on payment of a fee per delegate at the same level as a non-member government observers. And E, the provisions, and this is where we have changes. The new E, it would be the provisions of this regulation and of financial regulations F1 and F2 will cease to have effect for a contracting government if it makes a payment of 2 years outstanding contribution and provides an undertaking to pay the balance of arrears and the interest within a further 2 years. Should a contracting government fail to meet the agreed payment plan, the right to vote of the contracting government shall be suspended as provided for under Rule E2 of the Rules of Procedure and Financial Regulation F2. And then the third existing bullet point is interest applied to arrears in accordance with this regulation will accrue indefinitely, except that if a government withdraws from the convention, no further charges shall accrue after the date upon which the withdrawal takes effect. These sub-bullets all apply if a contracting government is more than 3 years in arrears. And the working group felt that if there were less than 3 years in arrears, that a payment plan should also be made available to it. And so in that instance, are we suggesting a new 6 for a contracting government to which Financial Regulation F1 or F5 applies. It may propose an alternative payment plan schedule, including a good faith payment of outstanding contributions and/or interest for consideration by the chair and vice chair with advice from the Bureau. Should the proposed payment plan be accepted, the provisions of Rule of Procedure E2 and Financial Regulation F2 shall cease to have effect. Should a contracting government fail to meet the agreed payment plan, the effect of the above provisions would be reinstated. So the suggestion for this is to make this payment plans available to those that are less than 3 years in arrears as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, US, and I'll just remind everyone that the issue covered under 5D of requiring them to pay at the level of non-member government fees, I've made a ruling on that not be utilised. This was actually an initiative of our chair and supported by me and the Bureau, and a ruling has been made not to apply that, and also a decision to refer this back to the OEWG for the intersessional period to consider whether we remove this item or not and bring that back to IWC70. So that item has been effectively dealt with. So I open the floor for comments on this draft, please. I see St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm probably sorry for taking the floor on so many occasions this morning, but this is a matter that concerns us highly, particularly developing countries and those of us who are financially challenged. I note here that item 5, if a contracting government's annual payments, including any interest due, have not been received by the Commission in respect of a period of 3 financial years, and it goes on, no further annual contribution will be charged. I need some clarification on that.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I will ask the Head of Finance and Administration to explain that ruling, please. Or, sorry, should I go to the US? Yeah, no, please, Nikki, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. So what happens is we have to raise the financial contribution invoices every year because that runs in line with the budget and the approval that's given at the Commission meeting. But then come the end of the year, 31st of December, if for example, the 2024 financial contribution is unpaid, it would then be cancelled, but only for those that have 3 years or more in arrears. Therefore, invoices for multiple years have been cancelled previously, and only the 3 years will ever remain outstanding come the 31st of December of that year. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. I wish the real world operated under such rules and forgave me all of my debts that went back over 3 years. I'm sure that would help us all. But yes, this is an accounting rule and an agreed rule under which this organisation operates. So the maximum debt a party would accrue is 3 years of arrears plus the various interest associated with that. So if you were 8 years in arrears, your debt would still only cover a 3-year period. I pass the floor back to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to make this sound like a personal country issue, but here I need to clarify this. So in the case where St. Vincent and the Grenadines just paid a sum of, say, approximately £24,000, dating back till 2017, even though I told Nikki that we have a little query and we will sort that out during the break. So it means that we should have only have paid 3 years.
I'll pass the floor to Nikki, thanks.
Oh, sorry, that would be correct if we were past the 31st of December, but we're not yet past the 31st of December for 2024. I'm following, yeah. The Commission meeting is before the 31st of December.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I'll ask you to be brief and on this matter, please take the floor.
As looking, Mr. Chair, we're just seeking clarification.
Thank you very much. So we will, in the break we have for tea. I see you, Antigua and Barbuda. I'll come to you in just a moment if you still need the floor. During the break we have for morning tea, we will be checking the situation with Guinea and St. Lucia, and we can report back to them. Antigua and Barbuda, are you still requesting the floor? You have the floor. Please be brief.
And the Grenadines and the Commission. There has been a precedent that was here before. When the Argentina and Antigua and Barbuda collaborate and had the Commission reduce the fees of developing countries, a refund was made to every country that paid more than what that formula advised us to pay. I remember that quite well. So if St. Vincent is overpaid, they should get their money back.
Thank you for the question, Antigua and Barbuda. I don't believe they have overpaid, but we will check, and I'm sure that if overpayment has been made under the rules of procedures, then refunds would be made, but we will double check that as well. So with that, I thank you all for the discussion we've had today. We've made some good progress, and we will resume on this agenda item. I will come back to this current rule, and then we will see if we can agree all three of the rules at this stage and then discuss future work. It is now 10:32. We'll resume at 11 o'clock sharp, please. Thank you very much.
What are you going to do? Sorry.
Please resume your seats. We'll begin in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. We can please resume if you can take your seats. We're now 5 minutes past 11. So we will resume with where we got to on the WGOE presentation. So we are still on agenda item 10.3. And displayed on the board is the wording of the third element of their work. And we have discussed this. So I will now open the floor for any views on this item in general, and try to establish if we are likely to have consensus on this. And I will then go back to the first one for a formal decision, then the second one for a formal decision, and then the third one, this one, for a formal decision. So I open the floor for any comments on this agenda item. We've had some discussion on it. I see no one requesting the floor, so I will now return, if we could go back in the slides to the first slide that showed, thank you very much. So this was the rule around exceptional circumstances, and I would now like to see if we can agree with the wording. And just to be clear what we're doing, we're going to go through and I'm going to see if we can agree by consensus each of these changes. I am then going to have a discussion on what it is we may be tasking the OEWG to do in the next intersessional period. So that will be a separate discussion. So points on what further work needs to be done can wait until we have that discussion about what to task the OEWG on. So now I will only want interventions specifically on the wording of this, And I'm very happy to take silence as agreement to the words that are displayed on the board, which have been displayed and read out carefully. So can we agree by consensus to change Rule of Procedure E2A as per displayed on the slide? I see no one taking the floor, and therefore this change is adopted, and I thank you all. We can then move to the next slide. This is a change, again, to Rule E2. So this includes changes to 2A and Financial Regulation F2, number 2. So this, as you will recall, essentially delays the timing at which a vote would be suspended until 10 days before a biennial meeting. Do we have consensus agreement on the changes proposed in the slide presented before you now? I see no one taking the floor, so it is thus adopted. Thank you very much. And we move to the third, encourage payment plans. This is Financial Regulation F and deals with the issue of arrears. We've just had some discussion around this. So can we take a consensus view that we agree and approve the wording as proposed by the OEWG and agreed also through the F&A committee? Can the Commission now agree those words? I see no one taking the floor, and I thank you for that. It is thus adopted. So I will now summarise a couple of the points I heard in a way that I hope might be acceptable to the Commission. We had a range of interventions across what further work some parties would like the OEWG to undertake in the next intersessional period. One was to consider the issue of which currency the exchange rate would be locked to for payments. I think this is a sensible and helpful suggestion, and so I would ask the OEWG to consider the current situation of locking the exchange rate to the UK pound sterling and consider whether or not an alternate, including but not limited to the US dollar, might be considered, and offer a view back to the Commission to be considered at IWC 70. Do we have agreement on that proposal for the OEWG? Again, I'll take silence as assent. I see no one taking the floor, and I take silence from the co-chairs as a willingness to undertake that role, and I thank them both very much. I see Hungary take the floor, please. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We made a statement with regard to the good faith payment earlier, and I would just like to clarify that we agree with the language as it is on the screen, so we do not want to have it amended, but we'd like to have our comment reported in the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hungary, and I apologise. I must blame my lack of sleep for that issue, for not remembering to come back and clarify your position on that. So my apologies, and of course your remark will be reflected in the report, and thank you for your cooperation on that matter. There were a number of other issues raised, one of which was around the issue of after what period of time of non-payments should voting rights be suspended. Under the rules we have now agreed, that period will be pretty much 2 years. So just 10 days before a biennium, before a lack of payment would see a suspension of voting rights. What I would ask the OEWG to do would be to report back to IWC70 on how that period fits within the equivalent norms at similar bodies to the IWC, so that we can test that and have a discussion among the Commission as to whether that 2-year period is reasonable by international standards. We've heard views that this is more punitive than other organisations, and we can test that view and bring the information back to the Commission for discussion. So I would like to request that the OEWG consider that and report back to the Commission at IWC 70 about how that link between payment of dues and duration, timing of suspension of voting rights sits within the international norms. Do we have support for that request to the OEWG? Thank you. And that's all I have on my list for further work that may be undertaken by the OEWG. I will also, thank you, yes. I will also note that when we reviewed our outcomes of Monday's outcomes, I'll read you again the ruling that had to do with parties that were in arrears paying non-member government observer fees. So the decision was the acting chair rules that rule of procedure F5E will not apply for the duration of IWC69, so that contracting governments in arrears for 3 years or more will be able to participate in IWC69 without paying the fees of non-member government observers, recognising that they do not have voting rights. Now, what is not in that decision is a request to the OEWG to consider that ruling of F5E and bring back to the Commission a suggestion of whether to strike it or alter it or leave it as currently is. So I would further ask them to undertake that piece of work. USA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and taking the floor as WGOE co-chair. I recall that in all our conversations over the past 3 days, we've looked at many of these rules of procedure. And so rather than just having us focus on one particular rule of procedure, maybe we should be tasked with a comprehensive review of all of the rules of procedure for clarity and inconsistencies. And then I also wanted to flag that I believe we had a request to further consider quorum too, but I could be wrong. Thanks.
Thank you very much, USA and Lisa. This is why you're a popular co-chair, Lisa, because co-chairs who have appetites for additional work are rare, and we welcome your intervention. I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think the issue of quorum was included in an earlier decision, so that would also then carry as part of this work. And I think that's very helpful. And my plea to all of you is that we now have this new model of working where our time at plenary is limited, and thus I've had to impose these issues of 3-minute talking times and others, and I thank everyone for their cooperation on that. But we're still behind schedule. We're about to move on to an agenda item that was scheduled to be opened at the beginning of today. So we're behind by a full session. And adding extra sessions in the evening is very difficult indeed because of limitations around the time at which our wonderful interpreters can undertake their work. So I encourage everyone to please engage with the OEWG in the intersessional period as discussions on these matters take place, and come and have input prior to the final decisions being made in plenary, so that we can try and ensure that the option brought forward in plenary has already had input from a really wide part of the membership. So I just encourage all parties to do so. So with that, I think we have agreed on those elements of the under agenda item 10.3. And just hold on one second, please. And so with that, we will move to agenda item 10.4. And along with the proposed changes in the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness, the F&A Committee have endorsed a further change to the Rules of Procedure on the Scientific Committee leadership. And I invite the Chair of F&A to present that proposal. There should be a slide, I think. And I give the floor to the US.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, this is a proposed amendment to the Scientific Committee Rules of Procedure as it relates to their leadership. We'll wait to see if there is a slide with the proposed change in text. While we are waiting, the intent here is to amend Scientific Committee Rule C on organization to include the new role of a vice chair-elect. This was discussed at the Finance and Administration Committee. It was presented by the Scientific Committee leadership, and it was widely supported by the Finance and Administration Committee. I can read the paragraph while we're waiting, if that's okay.
Yes, I think this is, as you note, a relatively minor change. So I think if we don't have the slide, if you can read it, we can see if people are comfortable with agreeing with it on that basis. If the slide it doesn't become available in that time, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. And I'll read this, and then perhaps if the chair of the Scientific Committee wants to add anything, they're welcome to. But under Rule C on organization, it talks about the process for electing a chair and vice chair of the Scientific Committee. That process would normally be to have them serve for 3 years. However, it was decided by the Scientific Committee a more effective approach going to biennial meetings now of the Scientific Committee would be to have a chair, a vice chair, and a vice chair elect. So that's the intent behind here, and the language change would be, and I'll read the paragraph, the committee shall elect from among its voting members a chair, vice chair, and vice chair elect who will normally serve for a period of 2 years. They shall take office at the conclusion of the biennial commission meeting. The vice chair shall act for the chair in his or her absence, and the vice chair elect shall act for the vice chair in his or her absence. At the end of their terms, the vice chair will become chair unless he or she declines. The vice chair elect will become vice chair unless he or she declines, and a new vice chair elect will then be elected. If the vice chair declines to become chair, the vice chair elect will become chair, and a new vice chair must also be elected. If the vice chair elect declines to become vice chair, then a new vice chair must also be elected. And if the vice chair and the vice chair elect both decline to become chair, a new election of the scientific committee officers must be undertaken by the heads of national delegations. So that is the text. It is solely related to this new position, and maybe before we open the floor, I would allow the scientific committee chair to speak if they would like.
Thank you, USA. I give the floor to the scientific committee, and the chair of the scientific committee, Alex Sabini, please proceed.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Ryan, for your introduction of this request for changing the rule of procedure. I want to just give the committee or the commission a little bit more context on why we did that. So as we know, we're going into biennial meetings starting in the next biennium. And during the scientific committee meeting this year, the heads of delegation agreed that changing the terms of the scientific committee leadership from 3 years, which is what it is today, to 2 years would make the election of officers more straightforward. It also would make the terms of the scientific committee officers more consistent with that of the commission chair and vice chair, which has been 2 years since the commission moved into biennial meetings. However, some heads of delegation raised the concern that the move from 3 to 2 years would reduce the period of time required for a new officer, for example, the new vice chair, to acquire the necessary experience to lead the scientific committee. So the proposal to create a new vice chair-elect aimed to address this concern. And if we do that the leadership will comprise 3 positions: the scientific committee chair, the scientific committee vice chair, and the scientific committee vice chair-elect. And then with a 2-year term in each position, an elected officers will work with, in the leadership of the commission for a total of 6 years, which is equivalent with what we have today. So the idea is to give the scientific committee new elected officer sufficient time to acquire experience to lead the commission, or the committee, sorry, and also bring the commission in line into bring the committee in line with what the commission does in terms of election of their officers. And obviously having a third person in the leadership will help spread the work that the scientific committee chair and vice chair already have. So the scientific committee saw that as a positive move, and that's why we're requesting the change in this rule of procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And certainly from my perspective as a long-time participant in the scientific committee, I welcome this proposal. It's a highly technical committee, so it requires quite some time to get familiar with all of the work of the scientific committee and to ensure that skills developing in taking highly technical decisions and discussions through to ones that are understandable for all of us here take some skill too. So I welcome this move from the scientific committee, and I open the floor for comments, or equally happy to accept silence as assent for this change in the rules of procedure. The text is now on the slide. Apologies for the delay in that, but I think the USA, followed by the chair of the scientific committee, made clear the intent and rationale for this change. It's a lot of text. It covers all the scenarios of people not wishing to proceed or for whatever reason not proceeding, so it's mostly around contingencies to ensure a strong leadership team is always in place. That's in our interest. I see St. Lucia, please.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia is pleased to support this move, particularly when our scientist has been nominated to be Vice Chair-elect. We have worked for many years to get our scientist deeply involved in the scientific committee, and we believe that in 4 years, you will be very well prepared to be in the leadership of the scientific committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. Yes, I too welcome that move and look forward to seeing your scientists ascend into the leadership roles and represent the scientific committee at this commission. Guinea, please, you have the floor. Sorry, Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I support the move, but I would like to put in a caveat. It appears it's like a sort of succession plan. I know the work is voluntary, but there may be instances where one person or the other does not perform effectively. Is there a possibility of putting in a mechanism so that it doesn't become some sort of automatic from vice chair elect to vice chair to chair, where somebody is non-performing, there should be a possibility of replacement rather than the person himself for one reason or the other not being able to take up the position. Can we consider that aspect as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ghana. I would hope the situation is such that the scientific committee's leadership team, which also includes many of the conveners and heads of delegation, can work. I think we should note your comments and the importance of them and make the note that we have confidence in the leadership team of the scientific committee to ensure that they will elect competent people, and if people's circumstances change or there are concerns, that they would act on that to ensure that we always have representatives giving strong leadership into this commission. If you're happy that those comments are reflected, we will include those in this discussion. I thank you. And I see Brazil request the floor. It's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil supports the proposal, and we'll just like to highlight it's an intelligent scheme and it balances regional representativity with scientific competence. So we're very happy with this.
Thank you, Brazil. I see no one taking the floor, so I think with that we can agree to this change and look forward to continued quality representation from our scientific committee in future biennial meetings of the Commission. With that, I will move to item 10.5, which is discussion and adoption of the F&A report. And what I would like to do is keep this item open. I think we have to discuss the marine plastics resolution and the costings for that to come back before the Commission. This was a resolution adopted at our previous meeting, IWC68, and I believe work has not yet completed on that, so I'm happy to keep the agenda item open a little longer, and we will return to that when they're ready to present on it and put a proposal forward to the Commission around the forecast options for costs associated with that resolution. So I'll keep the item open. It does say discussion. I think we have covered off on the discussion under agenda items 10.1, 2, 3 and 4. I don't intend to reopen any discussions on those topics, but as I mentioned, this agenda item is open. And I will now open 10.7, any other matters, to see if I can close off that subcomponent. Are there any other matters associated with the OEWG work? That the F&A, I beg your pardon, thank you very much, Marta. Are there any other matters parties wish to raise? I'm not aware of any. I see none, so we'll close off that sub-agenda item and return to 10.6, the adoption of the F&A report, when I hear that we're ready to have that conversation around the marine plastics work. And of course, yes, the budget item remains open, and we will be bringing that back. I'll inform you after the lunch break as to when that item will come back. We'll review the agenda and hope to move efficiently through that item. And so, on the timeline, we get to 11. Yes. We get to agenda item 11, whale killing methods and welfare issues. And I remind everyone here, this was scheduled for the start of today. So we are a session and half an hour behind. And I look for your help in catching up on that time. The chair of this committee is New Zealand. I invite New Zealand to take the option of either presenting this from your position there, or I would welcome you to the podium to present this position. That would be my preference. So please come to the podium, New Zealand. I'll remind everyone here that the Whale Killing Methods and Welfare Issues Working Group met on the 2nd of September 2024, and the report is available on IWC69's website, so that it's been there for some time now. And once you're comfortable and prepared, Chair, I will invite the Chair of the Whale Killing Methods and Welfare Issues Working Group, New Zealand, Jan Henderson, to please present this slide. So the floor is yours, Jan.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jan Henderson and I'm the Commissioner for New Zealand. And I have had the privilege to chair this working group. It's the Working Group on Whale Killing Methods and Welfare Issues. We have it up. Yep, right, so you can all see the screen. So the working group met as part of the virtual preparatory meetings for IWC69. We met on Monday, 2 September. It was 1 a.m. in the morning in New Zealand time, so apologies if I didn't get everything spot on. I have to say it's pretty tough, as many of you will know, when these virtual meetings cross time zones, and New Zealand is at the bottom of the world. As I say, I'm sure many of you will identify with me. Second slide. We covered 7 items at the virtual meeting, and these items are outlined on the slide. We covered data on whales killed, information on improving the humaneness of whaling operations, whale welfare, welfare issues associated with entanglement of large whales, strandings, the review of prior welfare recommendations, and funding. The report is in document IWC/69/REP/WKMWI/01. That report is on the slide behind me, and if you have trouble accessing it, please contact the Secretariat. I don't propose to go through the report in detail, but I will highlight some of the issues for the benefit of commissioners here today. Slide 3. So data on whales killed was submitted by, in alphabetical order, Australia, the Kingdom of Denmark on behalf of Greenland, New Zealand, Norway, Spain, the Russian Federation, the UK, and the US. I would like to thank those governments for providing reports and encourage all member governments to provide data on whales killed. The data relates to whaling operations and also to euthanasia. For instance, in New Zealand's case, whales that have been stranded and have had to be euthanized humanely. Next slide. We then, as a working group, looked at information that has been submitted on improving the humaneness of whaling operations. We received information from the Kingdom of Denmark on behalf of Greenland, Norway, the Russian Federation, and the United States. Again, I would like to thank those governments for providing this information. In addition, the General Secretary of NAMCO, that's the North Atlantic Marine Mammal Commission, gave an update on NAMCO's work regarding the training of hunters. Since 2021, NAMCO has produced several instruction videos for hunters to increase safety, hunt efficiency, and animal welfare. And these videos are accessible on the NAMCO website. Next slide. So the next item we discussed was whale welfare. There has been quite a lot of intercessional work chaired by the UK. Thank you, Jack Murray and the team, to review progress on the Welfare Action Plan. Some of those achievements have included progress with the Entanglement Network and the Strandings Training, and we'll come to those in the next two slides. During this session, Australia also drew attention to its new national guidelines for euthanasia of stranded large whales. That is available online, I think, Australia, as an additional resource for countries on guidance for the safe management of stranded large whales. Next slide. This is whale welfare issues associated with the entanglement of large whales. So we drilled down on this initiative. You heard some of this morning when we farewelled our entanglement coordinator, and you'll hear more of this in the Scientific and Conservation Committee report backs. Our working group expressed strong support for the entanglement work. And as we did this morning, we expressed appreciation and thanks to David Mattila on his retirement as entanglement coordinator. Excuse me. Next slide. The working group then looked at the strandings work and recommended that the Commission endorse the work plan for 2025 to 2028, the continuation of the strandings coordinator position, subject to funding, and we endorse the terms of reference and membership for the Strandings Steering Group and the Strandings Expert Panel. These two groups offer guidance and support to the Strandings Coordinator and to the full strandings work of the Commission. Next slide. I wanted to particularly highlight some of the work of the IWC Strandings Initiative. This map shows the global network of regional coordinators and members of the Strandings Expert Panel around the world. So if you have a strandings event, as our colleague from Guinea, I think, mentioned on Monday, whales dying on their coast, certainly in New Zealand, we periodically are faced with mass strandings of whales. So if you are looking for support in how you deal with strandings, then we all, as members of this commission, have access to the IWC network under the Strandings Initiative. Doesn't matter what time of the day, it's a network that works across time zones to seek advice on how to respond to a stranding. Next. I think the IWC would be very keen to get the message out that there is this help available for all countries. This screen shows the focus over the last year under the Strandings Initiative on training to respond to stranded whales. I think there was training last year in the Caribbean, 6 countries, where training was delivered at a very practical level. So how to refloat a whale, how to euthanize humanely, where there's labs, how to perform an autopsy. So very practical training. And I think it highlights the benefits of having a strandings coordinator in the IWC to help receive requests and develop and deliver training. Next slide. This is on the review of welfare recommendations. So as mirrored in other working groups and committees, our working group also received a report from intercessional work to review previous recommendations of the group. And the document includes a list of past recommendations that could be closed as having been concluded, or reiterated as current and open. This was to tidy up the database. And the working group recommends that the Commission endorse the closure and reiteration of the recommendations as set out in Annex 1 of our report. Next slide. The final item of the working group was to review the Voluntary Welfare Fund. The report is detailed in the documents that we've been talking about. The funding has been used for capacity building and for the position of the stranding coordinator. I understand that there is only £15,000 remaining unallocated in the fund, so the working group would like to encourage financial contributions and continued fundraising to replenish the Voluntary Welfare Fund. Particularly, we are worried that we need to fund the stranding coordinator position for another 2 years. Next one. So that's it, folks. The Whales Killing Method and Welfare Issues Working Group requests that the Commission endorse our report and its recommendations as per document IWC/69/REP/WKM/WI/01. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jan, and thank you for the excellent summary of the hard work of this working group. It's a wide scope of work, and I think it's work that the Commission has engaged in very actively across all of those areas. And thank you for the presentation. And I now open the floor for questions and comments on the report. The floor is open. I recognise Hungary. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW. Sorry, I lost my document. Uh-oh. Can I just turn to the next one, please, because I need to find... Oh, I can continue, sorry, because I got it. So the EU and its member states party to the ICRW reaffirmed their commitment to advancing cetacean welfare through better reporting, knowledge sharing and capacity building. We encourage all contracting governments to use the Secretariat's form to submit data on whale kills, including euthanasia cases, while acknowledging the voluntary nature of this reporting exercise. Transparent data are key to improving the humaneness of whaling operations. We advocate for sharing experiences on the practical use of the welfare assessment tool among contracting governments and stakeholders to strengthen welfare monitoring. The EU and its member states welcome the progress of the Strandings Initiative and its work plan for 2025-2028, as this initiative is vital for building capacity, particularly in developing countries. We also emphasize the importance of the euthanasia and mass strandings workshops. Additionally, we support the continuation of the stranding coordinator role until 2027 to ensure uninterrupted progress. Should national welfare policies arise, we will support initiatives that enhance understanding of threats to cetacean health and improve welfare standards globally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hungary. I recognise the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. The UK has a strong commitment to help to ensure the Commission continues to work in the best interests of the welfare of cetaceans. In this regard, we would like to briefly highlight 3 issues. Firstly, we would like to highlight the welfare assessment tool for wild cetaceans that was developed under the auspices of the IWC. This has been presented to the Commission previously, and its full methodology was published in a scientific journal in 2020. Since then, it has continued to attract considerable interest, including being cited widely. In addition, it has been deployed to help evaluate various non-whaling threats. We would be pleased to provide further information about this to anyone interested. Secondly, we are pleased to see further work planned in the coming intersessional period on the euthanasia of stranded cetaceans and also how to respond to mass strandings. These are pressing issues and deserve our attention, and in this context, we note with our appreciation and thanks the recent publication of the new national guidelines for euthanasia of stranded large whales by the Australian government, and we look forward to these being fed into IWC considerations. Finally, we thank those nations that have provided relevant data to this subcommittee, and we strongly encourage contracting and non-contracting governments, where it is relevant, and particularly those engaged in hunts, to provide their full killing data to the IWC. These data should be current, appropriately disaggregated, and relate to each killing method separately, covering times to death, instantaneous death rates, as well as struck and lost rates. These data are critical to allow the full evaluation of methods used and to help improve the welfare of hunts. Significant data gaps undermine the Commission's ability to do this. For example, some of the time to death data provided for this meeting are over 10 years old. The IWC is the relevant international body for this work, and it remains an important part of the IWC's function to monitor, assess, and improve killing methods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. Recognise Argentina. Please take the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer a Nueva Zelanda por liderar este grupo de trabajo, también a todas las actividades realizadas por el mismo y, por supuesto, a la Secretaría por su inmensa labor. También a los países que han aportado información sobre capturas y solicitamos a todos los países, como ya fuera mencionado anteriormente, miembros y no miembros de la Comisión, que llevan adelante capturas sobre estos animales, a que aporten la información necesaria a la Comisión para que ésta pueda cumplir con su trabajo. Por otro lado, comentarles que Argentina recientemente estableció la red de rescate de fauna marina, que incluye e incorpora el tratamiento de cetáceos varados. Estamos en pleno proceso de implementación y uno de los temas que ha surgido con mayor interés es el del tema de la eutanasia, con lo cual toda la información que viene y que se ha desarrollado dentro de la Comisión va a ser de suma utilidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Panama, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Deseamos felicitar a Nueva Zelanda por este informe tan detallado que nos acaba de presentar. Panamá ha seguido de cerca los debates del grupo de trabajo sobre métodos de matanza de ballenas en cuestiones de bienestar animal y toma con interés los avances que se han producido en relación al tema de bienestar en la caza comercial de ballenas. Fortaleciendo las capacidades del marco del grupo de expertos de varamiento, nos permite continuar con nuestro compromiso de resaltar el bienestar animal y los derechos de la naturaleza al momento de sacrificar a los animales. Nos gustaría sumarnos a otros países en felicitar a los países que han aportado su información, ya que es vital para poder dar seguimiento, y agradecemos la transparencia durante el último periodo de presentación de los informes. Instamos a todos los países a que puedan también brindar su información sobre los métodos de sacrificio que utilizan hasta el momento y así poder mejorarlos entre todos. Desea aprovechar esta oportunidad para alentar a quienes participan de la caza comercial de ballenas a que comuniquen los datos sobre el bienestar animal a la CBI e implorarles que mantengan los estándares más altos posibles en materia de bienestar animal. Nos permitiría también mejorar lo que es el tratamiento de los cetáceos varados recientemente. Recientemente en Panamá se ha instaurado lo que es la red de varamiento y pues el fortalecimiento de capacidades que hemos recibido por parte del grupo de expertos de varamiento pues nos ha permitido poder instaurar y mejorar nuestra capacidad de fortalecimiento de capacidades. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Panama. I recognize Monaco. Please take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monaco a suivi de près les discussions du groupe de travail sur les méthodes d'abattage des baleines et sur les questions de bien-être et note avec intérêt les développements qui ont eu lieu sur le thème du bien-être dans la chasse à la baleine. Nous voudrions nous joindre à d'autres pays pour féliciter la sous-commission pour ses actions de formation et pour les mesures qu'elle a prises pour surveiller et améliorer le bien-être animal, et remercier aussi les pays ayant transmis des données pour leur transparence. De façon générale, ces données sur le bien-être animal, comme la durée de la mise à mort ou le taux de mort instantané, sont essentielles pour pouvoir améliorer les méthodes d'abattage et minimiser la souffrance animale. Monaco regrette que des données récentes fassent défaut pour de nombreuses opérations baleinières commerciales, ce qui ne permet pas de voir si les pays se conforment aux directives de la CBI ou à leurs directives nationales. Monaco aimerait profiter de cette opportunité pour encourager les auteurs de chasse commerciale à la baleine à communiquer leurs données sur le bien-être animal à la CBI et à respecter les normes les plus élevées possibles en matière de bien-être animal. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Monaco. Brazil, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil congratulates New Zealand and all those involved with welfare issues in this commission and calls upon countries practicing commercial whaling to implement video camera systems and sensors capable of monitoring and recording whaling activities, e-monitoring, on all commercial whaling vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I recognize Iceland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this is the first time we take the floor, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Peru for hosting us and the Secretariat for its work. I wanted on this issue to report that Iceland has, during the past 2 years, undertaken quite extensive work which relates to whale killing methods and welfare issues, and will report that to the IWC as early as possible.
Thank you very much, Iceland. India, you've requested the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to appreciate the work carried out by the group. We note the development and implementation of the Strandings Initiative, and India is committed to ensure the safety of its biodiversity, and in this regard, we look towards the Strandings Initiative with renewed interest for help not only with marine mammals but also for small cetaceans, especially in capacity building. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, India. I see no contracting parties requesting the floor, and I have 2 NGOs requesting the floor. I will allow both of those 2 NGOs to speak, and I'll then summarise where I think we are at on this agenda item. So the first of the NGOs, you have the floor, please. Beg your pardon, I can't see from the screen here, but this is IUCN. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to recognize the work of the Whale Killing Methods and Animal Welfare Group and New Zealand's leadership. The discussions are integral to balancing cultural traditions, regulatory frameworks, and ethical standards, not only during subsistence whaling, but also during stranding events, cetacean disentanglements, and euthanasia protocols. We appreciate very much the report given us by Eden. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IUCN. And we now go to the NGO that has requested the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. NOAA delivers this intervention on behalf of 19 NGOs, whose names will be submitted to the Secretariat. As conservation and welfare NGOs, we are fundamentally opposed to commercial whaling. Many years ago, the Commission agreed that all whaling should use methods intended to cause death without pain, stress, or distress perceptible to the animal. The schedule and a series of resolutions establish requirements and expectations for reporting welfare data, including times to death, instantaneous death rates, and struck and lost rates. The provision of relevant data to the IWC is essential to help improve the welfare of hunted whales and prevent prolonged, painful deaths. However, reporting gaps hinder progress. For example, Norway's latest report to the whale killing methods and welfare issues working group contained time-to-death statistics over a decade old. Footage of a Norwegian minke hunt in May 2022 shows a whale taking over 20 minutes to die, suggesting this may not have been an isolated incident among the 581 whales killed that year. Noting that Norway does not host national inspectors on its vessels, we ask if Norway plans to increase monitoring in the 2025 whaling season to collect and report comprehensive welfare data. We acknowledge and appreciate Iceland's submission of welfare data and efforts to improve welfare in the recent seasons. However, official data demonstrate no statistically significant improvements. Japan's recent resumption of hunting of fin whale represents operational challenges for hunters who have not targeted this very large and fast species for years. While no longer a member, Japan continues to have a duty to cooperate with the IWC, and we ask Japan to report welfare data and ensure that its hunts meet the highest welfare standard for this and other species. It is imperative that whaling countries report relevant animal welfare data to the IWC to ensure the effectiveness of killing methods and to minimize suffering. We also request that welfare data submitted are disaggregated so that they are specific to the methods used for each population targeted. It is our position that reporting of welfare data should be mandatory. Whales, whom we know to be sentient, should never be killed for commercial purposes, but recognizing when, regrettably they should be killed humanely, as defined by the IWC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And thanks to all speakers on this matter for your constructive engagement. On a personal note, I think I first became engaged in this issue almost 30 years ago at the meeting in Dublin, and have subsequently co-chaired with the late Joe Gerasi meetings of this working group. And I have to say it's come a very long way. There's clearly more work to be done, but it's expanded its agenda. And I would like to say that in my view, there is a building of trust now in the handling of the information and the manner in which it is debated and discussed in a more constructive and helpful way toward an aim that I expect all members of the Commission share to improve welfare outcomes for hunted and stranded and entangled whales. So I thank most sincerely the convener of this group, the chair of this working group, and I believe I can test with you all now whether we can accept the report and its recommendations. I see no one taking the floor, so the report and all of its recommendations are adopted, and thank you so much for all of your hard work. Congratulations. Thank you, Chair. There is one final matter I don't think we need you on the podium for, but 11.4 is any other matters. I beg your pardon. Are there any other matters, just to be sure we've covered the whole agenda? There are no other matters. Thank you very much. So with that, we have now caught up to where we were supposed to be at morning tea this morning. That's good progress. Thank you all. And I think we have time, if I can check with Norway, if we are ready to present on agenda item 12, the management issues and infractions. Thank you. Joro Gjelsvik is the chair from Norway of this group, and the infractions subcommittee met by correspondence. The report is available on the IWC69 website. Yes, perfect. And I will now invite the chair to take the floor and introduce the report from the Management Issues and Infractions Subcommittee. Please proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Guro Gjelsvik from the Norwegian delegation, and I was the chair of the Infractions Subcommittee. As mentioned, the Infractions Subcommittee did not hold a meeting, rather the discussion and adoption of the report took place through comment sheets available to subcommittee participants from the 27th of August to the 3rd of September. And our report is given as document IWC69/69/REP/INF. Yes. The report includes the summaries of catches and of infractions reports received by the Commission for 2022 and 2023. And these are given in appendices 3 and 4. Infraction reports were received from Denmark on behalf of Greenland, the Republic of Korea, Norway, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the United States. Denmark on behalf of Greenland, Iceland, Norway, and the Russian Federation, the United States, St. Vincent and the Grenadines submitted the required information on their catches to the Secretariat as noted in the Scientific Committee reports. Japan and Canada, non-members, also made voluntary reports on their catches. The catches and infractions are summarized in tables A1 to A4 of Appendix 3 of a report. The details on reported infractions can be seen in tables A7 to A9 of Appendix 4. There were no reports of previously unresolved infractions from earlier seasons. The surveillance arrangements for the different whaling operations are shown under item 4 in table A4 of Appendix 4 in our report. And item 5 summarizes information required or requested under section 6 of the schedule. And the next item on our agenda concerns the submission of national laws and regulations. The table summarizing these is given in table 1 in our report. There were no reports made on the availability, sources, and trade in whale products. And there are no other matters. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you very much, Guro, for the report and the summary. And I now open the floor for any questions or comments. I see no one requesting the floor, and so I would ask, therefore, if we can adopt the report of the Management Issues and Infractions Subcommittee by consensus. Can we adopt the report, please? I see No one requesting the floor. And so the Commission adopts the report of the Infractions Subcommittee. And I thank Guro for her hard work, and I thank Norway. Before you go, I'll just double check the going through the agenda items. Agenda item 12.4 is catches by non-member nations, and as we heard in the summary, the data on catches by non-member governments have been available in recent months on the IWC69 website. And I would check whether there are any items that anyone would wish to raise under 12.5, which is any other matters under this agenda item. I see none, and with that, this agenda item is closed, and thanks again for the hard work, and thanks to Norway for agreeing to act as host of this meeting. Thank you, Guro. Now, a well-prepared chair would know exactly where we're going next. And I'll leave that at that. So I think we have a number of options for us. We have 20 minutes before the lunch break, and we want to use it well. I want to just check for the after lunch period whether or not we have any of the drafting groups ready to come back and present their revised work to the Commission in the first session after lunch. Are there any of the drafting groups who are ready for that? It would be helpful for me to know that at this stage. Thank you. Hungary, please take the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. The cooperation between IWC and Kamalar, the drafting group has concluded, and we are ready to report.
Thank you, Hungary. That's good to know. I note also that the Budgetary subcommittee has circulated the revision, and it's available on the IWC website. So I believe we are ready to have that discussion as well, perhaps this afternoon after lunch. So those of you who have not carefully read the revision to the Budgetary Subcommittee's report, please ensure you do so over the lunch period, so we're well prepared to discuss that, and I won't repeat my comments from earlier. I will remind members that when we discuss, for example, the resolution on Kamalar, that I'm fine to have that agreed by consensus, but of course, if anything is likely to need to go to a vote as per our decision-making rules, then I would delay that part of the process until an agreed time with all of the matters that would be subject to a vote from the resolutions and the schedule amendment. Hungary, you have asked for the floor again. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for coming back again. But I would just to let you know that the drafting group on the synergies between IWC and the CBD has already concluded its work, so we're ready to report on that as well. Thank you.
That's very helpful indeed. Thank you very much. So I will test now with the chair of the Conservation Committee whether or not we are, or the co-chairs, chair and vice chair, whether we are ready to open agenda item 13. What I would do over the next 20 minutes would be to ask the chair and the vice chair to come to the podium and see if there are any updates that they wish to report back on issues and concerns raised in recent days since they made their presentation on Monday. But first I will recognise Antigua and Barbuda before I go to the chair and the vice chair. Antigua and Barbuda, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Antigua and Barbuda is requesting that the members who were a part of our drafting committee, if it is possible that we meet directly after we break for lunch.
Thank you very much. And we have a meeting room available for that. I'll just check if we can. Before we break for lunch, I'll make sure that the meeting room is announced. So thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. So with that, I'll invite the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Conservation Committee to the podium, please, to update us on progress on this agenda item. Thank you. As the chairs come up here, it is the Atlantis meeting room for the drafting group convened by Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you. So you'll recall that during the first day of plenary sessions, we had a presentation of the Conservation Committee's report. And at that time, I asked commissioners to engage directly with the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Conservation Committee and the Secretariat leads to discuss any issues or concerns. At that time, we only took questions of clarification on the report. So now will be the time for any more substantive debate once the chairs and vice chairs have updated us. So I will now ask them to do so, and the floor is yours. Jack, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be quite brief in terms of updates, and then I will just pass to Miguel for anything that he would like to add. So there are no significant updates since we delivered the presentation earlier in the week, but I am really pleased to say that I have been approached sometimes over pisco sour, sometimes over coffee, but by a number of people that are interested in potentially supporting some of the vacant officer roles that we have within the committee. We will need to go through the appropriate working methods approach to nominate them, go through consultation with the standing working groups, and then appoint them as chairs. So I won't name names at this point in time, but we're really encouraged to see people coming forward to support the committee. Miguel, is there anything you'd like to add?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you both. And that's encouraging to hear that people are interested in stepping into these roles. It's grateful. I'm grateful to that. I open the floor for any comments or questions before I ask the question about issues associated with, before I ask questions about adoption of the report and its recommendations. So the floor is open. I have one IGO, IUCN are requesting the floor, but I'll just wait to see if any contracting parties wish to take the floor first. Hungary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The EU and its member states that are party to the ICRW would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Conservation Committee for the substantial work accomplished during the intersessional period. We would especially like to recognize and extend our gratitude to the Chair, Vice Chair, and the chairs of the standing working groups and the intersessional contact groups for their invaluable contributions and leadership. We are pleased to address some critical points regarding the future direction and ongoing work of the IWC. We support the current work plan and the strategic plan and welcome the inclusion of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework and the BBNG agreement in the letter. while looking forward to the development of a new strategic plan in the upcoming intersessional period. As bycatch remains a critical threat to cetaceans, the EU and its member states welcome the new bycatch mitigation initiative work plan. We emphasize the importance of the pilot projects under this initiative and urge the bycatch coordinator to prioritize their implementation across the selected regions. With regards to addressing ship strikes, another important threat the Conservation Committee focuses on, we would like to highlight the creation of a particularly sensitive sea area in northwestern Mediterranean Sea between France, Italy, and Monaco, in order to respond effectively to the protection of biodiversity in the face of maritime transport development. We fully support the endorsement of 4 new CMPs, namely for the Central America humpback whale, the Guinea dolphin, the Lahill's bottlenose dolphin, and the riverine populations of Irrawaddy dolphins. We appreciate the inclusion of ensuring sustainable financing for CMPs in terms of reference for the CMP Standing Working Group. Additionally, we support the adoption of the CMP Handbook, which will serve as the primary source of the CMP program information. EU and member states, party to the ICRW, reiterate their support for the ongoing work on marine debris. We believe that the following 2 areas are of special importance: using cetaceans as indicator species to better understand the impacts of marine debris on the broader marine ecosystem, and leveraging the charismatic nature of cetaceans as a communication tool to build support for policy measures addressing marine debris, thereby enhancing the global response to his growing environmental threat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hungary. I've had a request for the floor from the Vice Chair of the Conservation Committee. I will pass the microphone to him. Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you. And there is a change in the coordinator of the Southwest Atlantic Southern Right Whale CMP. So I would like to mention that I thank Ingrid Ober from Brazil for their work during this interseasonal period, and welcome Gabriela Jorge from Uruguay, who was appointed as a coordinator of this CMP. And of course, I would like to share with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. I recognize the Netherlands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is the first time in this meeting we are taking the floor, I would like to take the opportunity to warmly thank the government of Peru for hosting this meeting and for organizing the lovely reception on Monday. We, of course, also give our thanks to the Secretariat for all its hard work. The Netherlands would be happy to announce that we'll be able to contribute 20,000 euros in voluntary contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Netherlands. That's very welcome news. Thank you. I give the floor to Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Uruguay desea agradecer la oportunidad brindada por los países miembros del Plan para la Conservación de la Ballena Franca Austral del Atlántico Sudoccidental. Queremos reconocer y destacar el valioso trabajo realizado por Argentina en los primeros años de implementación del plan y posteriormente también el trabajo realizado por Brasil. Su liderazgo ha sentado las bases para continuar avanzando en los objetivos que compartimos. Asumimos la coordinación del plan con responsabilidad, compromiso y con entusiasmo, conscientes de los desafíos que este rol implica, pero con la firme intención de promover una estrecha colaboración entre los países miembros. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. I note that it's a bit unfair on Uruguay and the United Kingdom, whose position at this place shows when they're talking the time board. So everyone sees the time board as well. So I apologize, and I know we all move each time, so it won't just be you next time around. But thank you for your intervention. So I now recognize the IUCN. IGO, you have the floor, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Chair. We extend our deepest gratitude to the members, chairs of the working groups, and chair and vice chair of the Conservation Committee for their relentless dedication and hard work in updating the strategic plan. We're pleased that the committee supported the proposal to align the strategic plan with the key international agreements, such as the Global Biodiversity Framework and the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, that it was agreed this alignments process will be incorporated in the developing of the upcoming strategic plan. The joint work of the Conservation Committee and the Scientific Committee ensures that conservation recommendations are grounded in the latest scientific understanding, allowing the Commission to make informed decisions that contribute to long-term cetacean conservation and marine ecosystem health. The synergy between these committees is essential for IWC success in the safeguarding of marine biodiversity. And if you allow me, Chair, I would like to make a more personal comment as former chair of the Conservation Committee. Conservation efforts addressing chemical pollution in cetaceans are essential as the pollutants, including heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, pollutants of new generation, plastic, accumulate in marine food webs. Cetaceans as apex predators are particularly vulnerable, leading to compromised immune system, reproductive issues, and increased mortality rates. Tackling chemical pollution from the Conservation Committee work plan is crucial, not only for cetaceans' health, but also for the overall balance of marine ecosystems. I was unable during my chairmanship to have this group develop a chemical pollution CMP. I echo and underline the request of the new chair and the vice chair of the committee to have member states and NGOs come forward and help create this standing working group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, IUCN. I have 2 NGOs on my list, so I hand the floor to the first of the 2 NGOs. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm making this statement on behalf of the International Fund for Animal Welfare and Ocean Care. We commend the work conducted by the IWC to mitigate and prevent vessel collisions with large whales. It is one of the many examples demonstrating the role the IWC can and should play as the internationally established expert body on cetacean conservation. It demonstrates highly effective linkages between the Scientific Committee in identifying high-risk populations, the work of the Conservation Committee through its standing working group to make recommendations on effective mitigation, and the Secretariat and contracting governments in coordinating efforts with other intergovernmental organizations such as the IMO. Collectively, this demonstrates how the Commission can tackle threats to cetacean conservation and play a wider role in global ocean conservation efforts. The work of the IWC has also provided significant support to progress collaborative efforts with the private sector, promoting the implementation of measures, including rerouting or vessel slowdowns, to help reduce collision risk in many regions, especially those identified as high-risk areas for endangered cetacean populations. In particular, we wish to highlight that in addition to measures implemented by major individual shipping companies and being promoted by national and international associations of ship owners, the World Shipping Council released a guidance document to all the members called Whale Chart, highlighting existing measures, whether voluntary or mandatory, at a global scale to reduce the risk of vessel strikes. WSC represent container and roll-off ferries, carriers all over the globe, operating 90% of the global liner shipping capacity, relating to about 60% of the value of global seaborne trade. We encourage the Commission to continue its focus and support for this critical area of work and continued engagement by parties in the private sector, close collaboration with the IMO and regional organizations, all of which are of utmost importance of implementing measures to prevent vessel strikes of high-risk populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the second NGO who requested the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My name is DJ Schubert, and I'm making this intervention on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute and 9 conservation and animal welfare NGOs whose names will be provided to the Secretariat. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to announce today that several conservation and animal welfare NGOs are committing here at IWC69 nearly 13,000 pounds of funding to the IWC including over 7,100 pounds to the Small Cetaceans Fund and approximately 5,800 pounds to the Voluntary Conservation Fund, with 4,200 of those funds earmarked for the Bycatch Mitigation Initiative. These contributions are in addition to $40,000 of contributions made to support the IWC, including several of its voluntary funds since January 1st, 2024. Mr. Chair, while we understand that these contributions will not cure the budgetary difficulties currently facing the IWC, we are hopeful that such funds will help support important projects to advance efforts to protect small cetaceans and to address other threats to whales, dolphins, and porpoises. We encourage all contracting governments, independent of their annual fees, to support the work of the IWC through contributions to core funds, support for the scientific committee, or by contributing to any of the IWC's voluntary funds. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much for the intervention, and particular thanks as well for those contributions. Of course, they are very welcomed. So thank you. And I see no one else requesting the floor. And so I ask you, are we now in a position to adopt the report of the Conservation Committee and all of its recommendations? Oh, yes, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just one important point to capture, which is that one of the committee's decisions was to provisionally endorse a CMP for Irrawaddy river dolphin populations. That was provisional, subject to formal confirmation from the range parties involved, and I believe only one of those is a contracting government to the IWC. That is Cambodia. So I would just like to check now whether they are able to speak to this proposal and confirm their support. I believe we have them in the room with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Does Cambodia wish to take the floor? Cambodia, please, you have the floor.
Can you speak again, please?
Yes, happy to. And sorry, I'll speak more slowly as well. So one of the decisions of the committee was to provisionally endorse, in line with advice from the scientific committee, a conservation management plan for Irrawaddy river dolphin populations. One of the listed proponents on that proposal was Cambodia, but the endorsement was provisional, subject to formal confirmation coming forward from Cambodia that they support the proposal. So I'm just testing whether you're able to offer that formal confirmation now.
Thank you, Jack. So the request, Cambodia, is whether you are able to confirm support from the government of Cambodia for this conservation management plan. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I also discussed with the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery about this issue, and he said that he need more time to request the approval from the high-ranking Prime Minister. But principally, he agree. But in terms of the, official letter to declare that Cambodia can be a leading country for the CMP, then it may take some time to do this one. And then because working with Indonesia and Myanmar, also we need to consult with those government to convince them to involve. Then Minister just mentioned that we need more time to discuss with those two countries first, and then to request the approval from the Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Cambodia. That's very helpful. We will note your view of in principle support, but that any formal support will take some more time, and we look forward to that process. Thank you very much. And I see no one requesting to take the floor. So with that, I think we can adopt the report of the Conservation Committee and all of its recommendations, and thank the Chair and the Vice Chair and all associated with the many working groups within this very broad committee for their hard work, and adopt their report. Thank you very much. And so I'll just double check before I close the matter completely under 13.3 that there are no other matters on this agenda. I think in future I'm going to do this before we adopt the report. I'll get better. But that's the order. Any other matters? The list is empty, it says on my tablet here. So with that, we close the agenda item. And I just note that there is an issue on marine plastics and the funding of that resolution. That will come up under F&A, so that will be dealt with separately. Thank you. Thank you again. So we are now just a few minutes over and about to break for lunch. What I would like to do is after lunch, which we will be returning at 2 o'clock, is I would like to start with a discussion from the Budgetary Subcommittee. I'd like to move immediately to that and consider the revision that they have presented to us, and hopefully see if we can agree and finalise that agenda item. I will then move to discussion around the resolutions that are ready for discussion and have revisions ready. And I would ask that the Scientific Committee be ready to move to their adoption. I'm seeing a shaking head. We will confer over lunch as to what will follow those first two items. I will update you on the agenda and our schedule for the rest of the afternoon as soon as I return after lunch. Thank you very much. Can everybody please take their seats so that we can resume in 1 or 2 minutes, please? Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch or productive talks, or both. As I mentioned before we broke, my intention now is to move back to the agenda item 10.2, which is our biennial budget. And we're going to open with that to discuss the Rev 1 to the budget, which has been circulated and which the chair of the Budgetary subcommittee will present and discuss, and we'll open for questions on that. We will then move on to a discussion on the resolution with referring to cooperation with Kamala, followed by a discussion on the synergies resolution. And we will see where we are with time. And I will update you on the agenda items we'll be dealing with after afternoon tea. So, agenda item 10.2, you'll recall, after the discussion we had and a presentation was made proposing a balanced budget that distributed 5% increases in our budget over the 2 years of our next biennium, as well as the provisional budget for the next 2 years. There was a general sense that around quite a number of the parties that this was too high and that we ought to try and look for a budget that was close to the inflation level, so a budget around 3%, and that's what the Budgetary subcommittee have been busy doing. So with that, I will pass to the chair of the Budgetary subcommittee and ask Margie to present the new Rev. Margie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So just by way of recap again, in agenda item 10.2, there were a wide range of views expressed on the budget proposal. Our Chair instructed the BSC to develop an alternative proposal, seeking a more moderate increase of 3% in 2025 and 2026. And we've done this, and the new version of our paper, as Nick mentioned, is now up online on the website. So changing the proposal from 5% increases to 3% increases in 2025-2026 requires a reduction of £109,000 across the biennium. So the BSC and the Secretariat have proposed the following reductions to the previous budget proposal to get down to that 3%. Firstly, we've reduced the 10% inflation applied to travel and meeting budgets down to 2%. The impact of this reduction will potentially be a deficit arising in that line item, as we saw this year, and further reductions in the ability of the Secretariat to be able to travel. We've also removed the additional statistics capability, and we've done this with the understanding that the SC will seek to provide additional statistical support through its available resources. We've delayed our digital data storage upgrade, and this increases the risk of us losing important work, including within the digital archives and the scientific databases. However, we have retained this item in our 2027 and 2028 forecasts. Further, we've reduced the staff overtime budget, and this means that there will be less flexibility for the Secretariat to be able to meet peak demands without incurring a deficit in that line item. Lastly, the Secretariat's travel budget, which is deemed insufficient to be able to attend all key international meetings, will not be increased for the foreseeable. This reduces the ability of the Secretariat to enhance its engagement with other organisations, including to identify opportunities for fundraising and partnerships. So in order to better manage and understand these risks, last night the Budgetary subcommittee did make 2 further recommendations around potential work in the intersessional period. The first is to conduct a strategic review of the current Secretariat workforce to evaluate staffing levels, roles and responsibilities in relation to Commission requirements. This review will identify how the existing workforce aligns with future staffing needs over the next 5 to 10 years, with a view to identifying skills gaps before they start to arise. The second recommendation is that we would seek to ensure that the terms of reference for the new F&A intersessional correspondence group for fundraising include an assessment of Secretariat travel budgets, especially considering opportunity for building those important partnerships for attracting funding. So while we don't have to approve it until IWC70, reducing the 2025-26 budget to 3% also has knock-on impacts for the 2027-2028 provisional budget. So the 27-28 budget still proposes a 5% increase each year, but with the revenue reductions in 25-26, we needed to find £86,000 in savings. So with the exception of the digital data storage upgrade and some additional statistics capability factored into those years, we'll need to carry across all the reductions I've listed above into the 27-28 biennium. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Margie, for the presentation. You will see that the Budgetary Subcommittee is proposing some challenging cuts. They all have consequences and they've been well articulated, so thank you. The focus now will be on discussing this proposed budget. And as I mentioned in an earlier intervention before lunch, I hope we can focus on a 2-step process. And that 2-step process is the first most important step will be to agree to the budget over the next 2 years, but we can go through the details of that. I see the Scientific Committee is requesting the floor. I pass the floor to you.
It was an accidental request, but since you passed the floor to me, I will just say that When I took over the scientific committee, I thought I was in the hardest chair of everyone. And then when we started this meeting, I thought Nick was on the hardest chair of everyone. But now, Margie, I have to tell you that you had the hardest work. And I appreciate you working with all of us, and Emma too, and everyone involved in the budgetary subcommittee. And we feel that in the interest of going forward, the scientific committee is happy with the numbers you are providing here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. That's an extremely helpful introduction to opening the floor to contracting governments. I know that contracting governments here hold the work of the scientific committee as align great value to your work, and so that's a really helpful introductory remark, and I thank you for it. So with that, I open for questions and comments from contracting governments on this option for passing a budget at a 3% increase. So it's a budget that will just keep pace with inflation, which means we're not going backwards. Margie articulated that it does not come without risks associated with where the cuts have been made. And I do want to highlight the cooperation and work that has gone on between the scientific committee, the secretariat, within this budgetary subcommittee in trying to find the best way forward. So with that, is there anyone who would like to take the floor? I recognize Costa Rica, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I have a doubt, and I would like to ask the Secretariat about the way that the storage, the huge amount of data that they are managing, if they use a cloud or another kind of software like Power BI or something like that. It's just a question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Costa Rica. I'll pass to the Secretariat to respond. Who's going to respond? Are you, Nikki?
Thank you, Chair. I'm by no means technical, so please excuse my layman's terms, but we do use cloud storage. Thank you. My colleague Mark Tandy can give you far better information than I can.
Thank you. So all of the additional proposals, including that database, are actually outlined in Annex 2, or might be Annex 3 now, of the budget paper. So it was in the previous version, a detailed account of what that expenditure was.
Thank you. Thank you for the question and the response. I give the floor to Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nos félicitations à Madame Agui qui a présenté le budget. Hier, à pareil moment, je pense qu'on était en train de discuter de ce budget et les gens avaient soulevé certaines préoccupations. J'ai l'impression que ça a été un peu mécanique parce que quand certains commissaires ont souhaité qu'on demandait 5%, c'était plus élevé. Le président avait dit on peut se situer entre 2 et 3%. Et maintenant, on est à 3%. Bon, je pense on a tenu compte de certains paramètres assurément avant de le faire. Tout au moins, le Togo soutient ce budget. Mais hier, j'ai soulevé certaines préoccupations. Les arriérés. Comment on fait pour mobiliser les arriérés? Quel mécanisme on met en place pour faire en sorte que les pays qui ont des arriérés puissent verser ces arriérés? Quand on augmente le budget, comment on fait? Bon, c'est des préoccupations qu'il faudrait en tenir compte. Tout au moins, le Togo soutient ce budget. Merci.
Thank you very much, Togo, and I do indeed recall your comment yesterday, and I think some of the work we have just concluded under the agenda item for the Finance and Administration in changing the rules of procedure around payment plans and opportunities to go into payment plans, we hope will go some way to encouraging parties to be able to enter into those payment plans and therefore clear some of the arrears through that process. So we hope that is ongoing. But I thank you for your comment, and I recognise the United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again to the Budget Subcommittee and to Margie in particular for leading us through what is a very challenging work. We can agree the proposed option at 3%, noting this is vital to keep pace with inflation and continue the work of the IWC. So thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I recognise Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À la suite de mes prédécesseurs, je voudrais féliciter le comité pour le travail abattu d'hier à aujourd'hui pour revoir le budget. Je suis du même avis que mon collègue du Togo et par rapport au point sur le recouvrement des arriérés. Et je voudrais quand même revenir sur des commentaires que certains distingués délégués ont soulevé hier par rapport à l'élaboration du budget. Si nous devons avoir un budget, il faut quand même que nous ayons en idée les perspectives de ce que nous devons avoir comme argent avant de faire une proposition. Parce que à chaque fois, si on vient ici et qu'il faudrait augmenter de 2%, de 3% ou de 5%, je ne sais pas quel rapport nous allons faire à nos capitales. Toutefois, nous soutenons le budget pour cette fois-ci et je voudrais quand même qu'à la longue, que l'on puisse réfléchir réellement à la prévision avant de faire des propositions budgétaires. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Benin, and thank you also for having raised some concerns shared by Togo, that you expressed the view that you would be able to support the budget this time around. I'm very grateful for that. I think perhaps now that is two countries who have raised that issue of what is it that we could do collectively as a Commission to improve the situation of the collection of arrears. And I wonder, yet again, if I can turn to the co-chairs of the Operational Effectiveness Working Group and wonder if we can task them. I think we'll need some help with this because it's a very much an open question, but at least at this stage, if we can craft the question to them to please consider what mechanisms, maybe before the Commission, that would enable us to provide incentives, further incentives beyond the changes we have agreed here, to encourage parties to clear their debts, the arrears. This will be good for the financial status of this organisation, as well as improve the participation of the parties of the convention through enabling them to move into a position where they can participate directly in decision-making with a vote. So I would hope to address the questions from both Togo and Benin on asking the OEWG to take on that role, and I'm sure those on the F&A committee and budgetary subcommittee can contribute to those discussions, and also the head of finance and administration within the secretariat can also help with coming up with some options and ideas to bring back and present to the Commission at IWC70. So with that, would anyone else wish to take the floor to comment on this budget? I will take silence as assent that this budget is now at a level acceptable to the membership. I know these are difficult discussions. They are at each one of our meetings. I see no one asking for the floor on this matter. I have an NGO requesting the floor, and I will give that NGO talking rights, but I will wait until I'm confident and I will then let you know what the decision is on this budget. I will do that first before I go to the NGO, if you don't mind. Seeing no contracting governments wishing to take the floor, we can decide to accept this budget option by consensus. And I thank you all for your cooperation on this. I know some countries had to return to post to ensure that that they could do this and not block consensus. This is a really important and helpful step. Thank you all. And I will read out the decision in more detail shortly. But thank you all for that. And I will now recognise the NGO, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is DJ Schubert, and I'm making this intervention on behalf of the Animal Welfare Institute and several other observer organizations whose names will be provided to the Secretariat. As we have heard during several presentations over the past 2 days, the IWC has experienced a significant shortfall in funds over the past decade. To address this, the Secretariat has requested a modest 5% increase in contracting government fees. And yet, disappointingly, we heard yesterday that such an increase has been deemed unacceptable by many governments that have suggested that only a 3% increase is possible. While any agreement on a fee increase is better than no increase, the consequences of this, as we have heard, are likely to either be further cuts to the budget of the Scientific Committee or to the Secretariat. Neither should be acceptable to this Commission. The Scientific Committee is the world's preeminent group of cetacean scientists providing the advice that many of the governments in this room rely on when developing management and conservation plans. The Secretariat staff, who have already suffered from past refusals to increase fees, are tremendously hardworking individuals who are engaged in the day-to-day operational work that is crucial to the proper functioning of this convention and in progressing the various tasks approved by the Commission. It is imperative, Mr. Chair, that we value the work of the Scientific Committee and of the Secretariat staff, and accordingly, we call on all contracting governments to reconsider their positions on the proposed budget increase, and at a minimum, agree, either today or in the future, to a larger increase in the budget. Alternatively, we ask that contracting governments make separate and meaningful contributions to the IWC core funds, Scientific Committee, or to the various voluntary funds. To that end, Mr. Chair, the conservation and animal welfare NGOs are committing $10,000 US to the IWC core funds, and we encourage all contracting and non-member governments to, at a minimum, match this contribution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, once again, thank you both for the intervention and also for the very generous donation. This will certainly assist the Commission in its work, so we're grateful for that. So what I intend to do now is to read out a list for the actual decision of this Commission, and I'll go through it slowly. There are 7 dot points here. We will note that the proposed budget has been developed following the principles in the budgetary reform strategy agreed at 1968. We will agree to the proposed budget for 2025-26, which requires increases in financial contributions from contracting governments of 3% in 2025 and a further 3% in 2026. This is reflected in Annex 1 of the Budgetary Subcommittee's report. We will note the remaining priority needs and exceptional items that are not included in the core budget proposal, and they are listed in Annex 3. We will agree in principle to the provisional budget of 2027-28, which requires increases of 5% in 2027 and 5% in 2028. This is in Annex 4. This will be reviewed and adjusted before being presented to the Commission for agreement in IWC 70. We will note the ongoing uncertainties with the sale of the Red House and agree that the General Fund reserves should be drawn on to cover the income gap if the Red House doesn't sell before 2025. We will agree that the General Fund reserves should be drawn on to fund 2 one-off items: ensuring the Commission is compliant with the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR regulations, and we funding the gap in the hosting costs of IWC69. And we note that this has already been covered by a generous donation from Germany. And finally, we agree that the Budgetary Subcommittee work intersessionally on the activities identified in this paper and return to the IWC 70 with recommendations to address these matters. And I remind you that those items include a strategic review of the Secretariat functions, and I thank the Budgetary Subcommittee for developing that and working closely with the Secretariat, and also a review of the travel needs, and they're articulated more fully in the paper. So with that, I see Argentina, but with that, I'm looking for agreement on all of those points, and I give the floor to Argentina, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Solo quisiéramos hacer una observación general, agradecer el trabajo intenso de la subcomisión de presupuesto y este acuerdo que nosotros podemos acompañar. Sin embargo, queríamos hacer notar que miramos con preocupación una tendencia al interno de la atribución de lo que es la alocación de los recursos hacia dentro de la comisión. Vemos con alarma una tendencia creciente a disminuir el presupuesto que corresponde al comité científico para favorecer otros aspectos del trabajo de la comisión que dejan un poco desguarnecido esto que nos parece la columna vertebral del organismo. Entonces, hacia el futuro quisiéramos que se resguarden adecuadamente el trabajo del comité científico. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Your comment will be noted, and I suspect those sentiments will be shared broadly across the Commission. So thank you for that. And Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to back what Argentina has just stated. We are very interested in the work of the Scientific Committee and the Conservation Committee. We are expanding our participation in this commission around issues that have directly to do with the Scientific Committee. So just to say, I back what Brazil backs what Argentina has just stated.
Thank you very much, Brazil. As I say, I'm sure that is a widely shared sentiment. I also, as chair, and in my substantive role as vice chair, make the reflection that this organisation requires a healthy and strong secretariat. We task the secretariat with the work that enables this commission to operate, and the viability and strength of the secretariat is equally important to the whole commission and our ability to undertake our work. And I think this budget, and I think all future budgets, will have the same challenge of balancing where we make cuts and how we manage those cuts to ensure the least impact in any of our core and critically important parts of our business. And I pass the floor now to Costa Rica, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, me quita las palabras en realidad, porque para Costa Rica, igual que lo señalaron Argentina y Brasil, fortalecer el comité científico y el comité de conservación es vital en el marco de esta convención, ya que se reconoce a nivel mundial la calidad de científicos que tiene este comité. Y si tenemos que tomar una decisión respecto al presupuesto, siempre procuraremos hacerlo a favor del fortalecimiento de estos dos comités. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Costa Rica. I give the floor to Spain.
Gracias, señor presidente. España comparte con países que han hablado previamente el agradecimiento del esfuerzo de llegar a un presupuesto que ha conseguido ser aprobado por la Comisión, lo cual pone en valor, sin duda, es complejo, pero también la preocupación por esa reducción o no aumento, quizá por así decirlo, en los presupuestos asignados al comité científico. Yo aprovecho para tomar la palabra para poner en valor el papel de este comité científico por el apoyo y el asesoramiento que puede dar a todos los países miembros de la Comisión, y hago énfasis en ello porque en los últimos 4 años ha sido un claro apoyo y hemos encontrado respuesta a nuestras solicitudes y a nuestras consultas en un ámbito muy amplio de cuestiones relacionadas con los cetáceos, la conservación y la gestión, que es muy complicado tener ese conocimiento y esas herramientas, y quisiera poner esto en valor y entiendo que de la mano con este conocimiento que ofrecen debe ir un presupuesto acorde. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Spain. I recognise Portugal.
Mr. Chair, thank you. As this is the first time I'm addressing the plenary, I would like to thank the government of Peru for receiving us, hosting us so well in this lovely city of Lima. As the previous countries, Portugal would also like to express its concern about the continuous reduction of the scientific committee budget over the years. And we would like very much that an extra effort should be done in the future to maintain an as much as possible increase, because the scientific committee is one of the fundamental pillars of the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Portugal. Guinea, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais apporter mon soutien à ce budget, tout en recommandant que les contributions volontaires vont venir en soutien à ce budget, et surtout que le comité scientifique doit avoir suffisamment de ressources, parce que nous considérons que ce comité est la boussole de notre organisation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Guinea, for the intervention. And yes, all of those comments will, of course, be reflected in our report. Yes, I will now pass the floor to the Executive Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank you, Chair, for the comments that you made regarding the importance to ensure that you have an effective and healthy Secretariat. I wanted to recall the very positive and very important comments that were made when I made the presentation about the work of the Secretariat on the first day. We received very encouraging comments from you all in terms of the recognition of the work that my excellent team does for you every day. And I think that it's really important to take into account that the work that we do as a Secretariat is the work that you request. And throughout the years, this work has expanded enormously. While the capacity of the Secretariat is still insufficient, and the Secretariat is really stretched in some areas beyond its capacity. I think that it's really important to take into account that the work of the Secretariat underpins the work of the Commission. It underpins the meeting that we are hosting today and all the meetings that I hope you noted from my report that we organized for you. It also underpins the fantastic, amazing work that the Scientific Committee does. I mentioned to you some numbers in terms of the meetings that we organize, the number of papers that we develop, So I think that it's really important to take this into account, that the capacity of the Secretariat is the capacity to deliver on your work. And I welcome the recommendation that was made to look intersessionally to the capacity of the Secretariat against the requests that you are making and also the core functions that we need to deliver in order for the Commission to work. Because, as it was mentioned also in one of the comments on the first day, and you mentioned again, Mr. Chair, we need to ensure that the Secretariat delivers at the good quality, but also in a healthy way. So I really expect and hope, because it's our responsibility, is my responsibility as an Executive Secretary, but also your responsibility as a governing body, that you have a Secretariat that is effective, but it's also healthy and can continue to deliver the quality of work that you all recognize on the first day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, and I think we all recognise the challenge of balancing a budget and ensuring that we fund all elements of our work in a fair and appropriate manner to ensure a healthy organisation. And I know that that will go forward into the intersessional work by the Budgetary Subcommittee. And I reflect now on the challenge we had in passing a budget at IWC68, and I note the level of cooperation we've had from everyone in passing this budget here, and I thank you all for it. And I think the more, as we go through this, we can ensure that the budget discussion is around a balanced view of all of our functions, all of the critical, important functions of this organisation, and the budget reflects where we can save and where we can further invest money in those. I remind you all, of course, that those sentiments of further increases in any part of our business will come at increases in payments, ultimately, or at least an increase in income. Just like our household incomes, we spend what we earn, and we as an organisation, of course, now under the budgetary strategy, are intending to be delivering balanced budgets at each of our meetings. So thank you all. I think we can give ourselves some hearty congratulations for the hard work, and particularly thanks to the Budgetary Subcommittee and all those who have worked so hard in delivering the budget, as well as in the Secretariat, the Head of Finance and Administration. So can join me in thanking them all for their work and applaud yourselves for passing the budget. So your spirit of cooperation is challenging my organisational feat, because we're moving through things a little faster than I anticipated. Oh, Scientific Committee, please. You're waving and you're on the sign and I missed you. Yes, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Nick. First, I want to thank all the countries for expressing support to the work of the Scientific Committee. It's really... we greatly appreciate that, and it's really encouraging for us to see that. Number two, I want to say that we support Martha's comment on the importance of the work of the Secretariat. The Scientific Committee wouldn't work without the Secretariat. So we greatly appreciate all the work that you do, and I totally support your words. I really like the words you use, Mr. Chair, on the balanced view of the budget. I really think that that's important for us going forward. And finally, one of the budget lines in the Scientific Committee budget is the IPs. IPs are extremely necessary for the Scientific Committee to operate. When we developed the IP list, or the IPs meaning the invited participants, when we develop the IP lists, the list is circulated among member countries. So one way to support the Scientific Committee is to look into that list, and if countries can provide support to IPs as delegates, that will remove some of the burden in the Scientific Committee budget. So I would invite and encourage countries to, when they receive that list, to consider putting those people in their delegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for your very constructive remarks. They're gratefully received. And with that, I think we can close agenda item 10.2 on the budget, which is a wonderful outcome. I'll remind everyone that I'm keeping agenda item 10.5 open. This is the discussion on the plastics resolution, and I anticipate having that discussion tomorrow morning. I also anticipate opening the agenda item on the scientific committee's agenda item tomorrow morning. So my intention is that the first session of the morning will focus on the scientific committee, including that agenda item on the plastics resolution at 10.5. I'll be advising later on the agenda item we'll deal with after the afternoon tea break. But for now, it's my intention to return to agenda item 9.3, the resolution on cooperation with Mattila in Antarctica. You will recall that when this resolution was presented, there was some discussion around, there was broad support, but some discussion around some editorial, some drafting changes. These have taken place. A revision has been circulated, and I would now like to pass to Hungary to present this issue, or the EU and the member states. I'm not sure who's going to speak to this one in particular. I see Belgium, and I pass the floor to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states that are party to the ICRW. First and foremost, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank all the countries and all the members, in fact, of this commission and participants that have engaged in discussions with us, both in written as those that have participated in the drafting group we held this morning. We believe that we have come to a version of the resolution that hopefully can be adopted by consensus. It is a rev version has now been published on the website of the IWC, so it is available for everyone. And I see that on the screen, it's not the ref link, but it is on the website. So we hope that this can be adopted by consensus. And we thank everyone that engaged. And we believe that the resolution has been improved for the better. And we also hope then that this can contribute to further cooperation within Antarctica with CAMNER, and also noting the role of IATO when it comes to whale watching. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. EU and member states, I pass the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente. Desafortunadamente, solo vemos la resolución 9.2 con versión revisada en la página web de la Secretaría y no sabemos qué texto estaríamos aprobando. Por tanto, en este momento creo que no es pertinente seguir con esto si no se ha podido consultar a las respectivas cancillerías en nuestros países. Gracias.
Thank you, Chile. I think this is agenda 9.3, and I mentioned before lunch that a revised version had been made available on the website and encouraged everyone to read it. Is that not the case? I'm seeing from Chile that it is not on the website. If it is not, that is a reasonable point raised by Chile, and that's unfortunate. Can I please request, it's a matter of urgency, that this gets put on the website? We obviously can't deal with it now, which is a shame. We need it on the website, and I need to give full warning. On the assumption that it is on the website before afternoon tea. I would like to come back to this agenda item on this Rev version later in the day if possible. I think the editorial changes are relatively small from what I have seen, but that's important, of course, if we're making a decision that that is available and has been reviewed by the plenary. So I will ask the Secretariat to address that, and I will ask the Executive Secretary to inform me when this is now on the website. Before I move to the next agenda then, I would like to check whether the revised version of the synergies paper is also available on the website, and I see Chile indicating it is not. Can I ask the Secretariat to provide a comment to let us know if this is the case, and if so, when we might see these posted on the website, please? I'll pass to the Secretariat. While I wait for a response from the Secretariat, I will recognize Argentina. Please, Argentina, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, señor presidente. Varios puntos. En esta resolución en particular, creo que los cambios sí son menores y tuvimos oportunidad de contribuir a ellos en el grupo de redacción. No obstante ello, con esta y con respecto a las demás, sí nos gustaría verlas debidamente publicadas. Nuestra situación respecto de las otras resoluciones es un poco más complicada porque en algunas de ellas los cambios no son editoriales y al ofrecernos como copatrocinantes tenemos que hacer un doble chequeo sobre las mismas. Pero esto me llama a una cuestión ulterior y es una pregunta procedimental que quisiera hacerle a la presidencia, y es algo que no entiendo bien. No habíamos alcanzado un acuerdo concreto al organizar nuestros trabajos de que todas las decisiones, sean por consenso o por voto, se iban a acumular en la jornada número 4 en una única sesión por una cuestión de eficiencia, de efectividad, de mayor tiempo para la reflexión, etc. Entiendo que si nos alejamos de esto nos estaríamos desordenando un poco, al margen de que con respecto a los demás, sobre todo no tanto en esta, se están realizando las consultas necesarias, esperando la publicación también. Gracias.
Yes, thank you, Argentina. To your first point, yes, these must be on the website and they must be given sufficient time for all parties to review them to ensure they're comfortable, so we agree. To your second point, and perhaps I wasn't clear on this, so I'll test my approach with this again. If we can agree any of the resolutions by consensus and not require a vote, I was comfortable and said that we could do that as we went through the discussions on those resolutions. But for the schedule amendment, and for any resolutions to which we did not have consensus and a vote would be required, that this would be grouped together into a single session where we would undertake any voting. But if this was my intent to explain that approach, that if we can agree by consensus, it seemed we could do that as we went, but any votes would all be grouped together rather than arranging votes at different times. So I'll test again whether this is acceptable to the parties. This was as my understanding of the arrangement. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always important to clarify. Brazil's understanding is also that we will have time enough to get back to our headquarters and have the clearance to move forward, either by consensus or by voting. So I would second what my colleagues from Argentina what Argentina has just pondered about understanding we had of formula, so to say, agreed upon on the beginning of this plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And the Executive Secretary has just passed to me the wording of the decision, and I think it is reasonable to say that it is not clear that, it is clear the decisions on these will be in one group, so I apologise to you. That was perhaps my misunderstanding, and it does look like the decision is clear that all of the decisions, whether by consensus or voting, will occur in one group. So I apologise for the misunderstanding, and we will abide by that decision. Hungary, I see you requesting the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Our understanding was what you have just expressed in your first interpretation, that if something can be adopted by consensus, those decisions will not be put together with those where we will need a vote. So we believe that if something can be adopted by consensus, any of the sessions, it should be done at that session, and all the others that need vote, then those can be handled in one separate session. So this was our understanding.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hungary. I'm just reading on the decisions made around the agenda on our first day and the wording. So I'm going back to the exact wording. The Commission agrees to leave all resolutions and schedule amendments open for decisions to be taken in a single session later in the week to be announced. So while I had thought if we could adopt something by consensus, then that could easily be dealt with, I think the wording indicates that the intent, at least from some of the members, and that their understanding was that we would deal with all of them in a single session. And so I think to prevent having to revisit that decision, I would rather stick with the literal words that have been adopted in the agenda, if that is okay, and come through. And I hope that it is a relatively simple procedural matter to then go through the resolutions in a single session. I'll need to determine the timing of those decisions, which session we choose to do them, and I would prefer that they are not left too late in our agenda. So I would anticipate hopefully reaching that point tomorrow. And so on that point, I wonder if I could briefly check in with the other resolutions to test when we might have revised versions of those to present, and then determine that we're ready to make a decision on them, to then leave that until the later agenda item. And so we've heard about we're just making sure that the resolution on Camilla and synergies 9.3 and 9.4 will be on the website shortly, or they are now. They are both. They are on. Synergies is on the website. The Camilla one will be on soon. I apologise for the delay in that. And 9.5 is the resolution on international legal obligations in commercial whaling. Could I ask Hungary to give us an update on when they think a revised version of that might be available, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We need to work on it a bit. We have not concluded our work in the drafting group, but we'll come back to you as soon as it happens. We will do it, we are gathering tonight or maybe tomorrow morning, and we will inform you about the result of our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hungary. And then perhaps if I could go back to 9.1, resolution on food security. I believe there was a meeting that happened at lunchtime in the Atlantis room on this, and if I could ask Antigua and Barbuda for an update on the timing of when they think a decision can be made around a revised version of the resolution on food security. Sorry, I'm getting myself confused. Thank you. Yes, no wonder you were looking at me strangely, Davin. I will go back to Ghana, please, and ask for an update. I think Ghana's not here. Is one of the other proponents able to update us on where the discussion on food security is going and what the timing might be for that? Guinée, I see you request the floor. Please proceed.
Oui, la commission est en train de travailler sur le test. Je pense que dans une heure de temps, elle va nous présenter quelque chose.
Thank you very much. And I understand the Executive Secretary is telling me that the revised version of 9.2, the resolution on for the implementation of a conservation and management program for whale stocks aimed towards the orderly development of the whaling industry, is also available now on the website. Is that's correct, Antigua and Barbuda, so that when time comes to be making decisions, that one is ready for discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have gone a little further. When we met at lunchtime, we agreed that there is some usefulness in the resolution. However, we need to do some more work on it. And we don't believe we're going to have it ready for consensus at this meeting. So we are preparing a statement to be generally acceptable by all commissioners here for intersessional work on that very resolution for our next IWC70 meeting. So we will have we're drafting some words that can go into our report to indicate exactly that.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. So if you let me know when you have those words ready and when you wish to make that statement, I'll allow you to do that at that time. Thank you. So I think that deals with the resolutions. I know that the next agenda item in order of the way we're dealing with things would be the Scientific Committee, which I would like to wait until tomorrow because I don't think they're ready. Just hold on 2 seconds, please. Just give me a couple of minutes, please, because I don't want to lose the 30 minutes between now and afternoon tea. And so I'll be looking for some agenda items we can yet now deal with. So what I would like to do now, and we may yet break a little early for afternoon tea, this goes against all my core principles, letting you off early, but we will open now agenda item 15, cooperation with other organisations. The Secretariat's report on this was circulated 60 days before the meeting and can be found on the IWC69 website. And the report presents the joint work either planned or underway with a number of other IGOs and other organisations, and was part of the presentation from the Executive Secretary that we enjoyed on earlier on this week. So I would ask now the Executive Secretary to briefly introduce the paper for you, and then I will open for discussion on this topic. So, Executive Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. So this is document IWC69/15/01. So as you can see in this report, over the years, the Commission and the Scientific and Conservation Committees have adopted several recommendations and decisions to strengthen collaboration with other organizations. The Secretariat, in collaboration with the Scientific Committee and the Conservation Committee, has been working to carry out these mandates while exploring new opportunities for collaboration. This paper provides an update on the engagement from November 2022 to April 2024. I would like just to mention some highlights. First, the Secretariat collaborated globally with various organizations and projects. Observers also provided updates that can be found in the report. And this engagement includes attendance to a wide range of types of meetings, as I described in my presentation, so I will not go into that again. We attended, as I mentioned, 5 meetings that were covered with core funds. Otherwise, we attended other meetings virtually, and this included intergovernmental meetings, and you have examples such as our work on CMS, on the Minamata Convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity, but also regional processes and organizations, such as in the Pacific with SPREP, in the Antarctic with CAMELOR, in the Caribbean, and on the SPO protocol, but also on different opportunities that we had on the academic sector. This collaboration covered different issues from conservation to management, including our collaboration with NAMCO, to addressing threats to cetaceans, and notably on fisheries, including bycatch and entanglement. And this included our engagement with FAO, with the Committee on Fisheries, but also with the Regional Secretariats Network to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. Other processes related to ship strikes and noise, for example, our work with the International Maritime Organization. But importantly, this also engaged other parts of the Commission, and in particular for the Burn 3 process, which is part of the process of the Convention on Biological Diversity to develop synergies. We had the pleasure to attend with 4 commissioners. And finally, there was also substantive collaboration with regional organizations in the Indian Ocean, Africa, and the Caribbean. And the action, Mr. Chair, is to note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. So I'm happy to take any comments or questions on this. As the Executive Secretary said, the decision that we're being asked to take is that we note the report on cooperation with other organisations. But before we check whether we can do that, if there are any questions or any parties wish to take the floor, please do so now. Hungary, I recognise you. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The European Union and its member states that are party to the ICRW welcome the continued cooperation of the IWC with a wide range of international organizations. We emphasize the importance of collaboration between the IWC and relevant international organizations, ensuring alignment with their respective mandates. Such cooperation strengthens synergies at global, regional, and national level. It disappeared from my screen, very sorry for that. Promoting effective cetacean conservation. We strongly support maintaining these partnerships, recognizing the IWC's leading role in the conservation of cetaceans and the value of its expertise globally. The EU and its member states party to the IWCR remain committed to supporting these efforts and fostering further cooperation between IWC and relevant multilateral environmental agreements and international organizations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hungary. I recognise the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. It really is great to see the global collaboration that the IWC has with such a wide range of organisations. The UK recognises the importance of this work in both advancing and raising awareness of cetacean conservation and management. Maintaining global collaboration is crucial for implementing the Commission's work and for highlighting the central role that the IWC plays in cetacean conservation. So the UK would like to express its sincere gratitude to the Secretariat for enabling and managing these relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I recognise Togo. Togo, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous apprécions le travail qui est fait avec le secrétariat de la CBI sur la collaboration. Et je pense que c'est un aspect très important. Mais il faudrait que dans cette collaboration, on puisse savoir les limites de compétences de toutes les organisations. Parce qu'à notre niveau, nous avons constaté depuis un certain temps que, je ne sais pas, la collaboration, surtout avec la CITES, comment ça se passe, mais nous constatons depuis un certain temps que certaines organisations, surtout ONG, essaient de faire en sorte que les questions liées à la baleine puissent à certains moments être traitées au niveau de la CITES. Là, c'est une préoccupation pour nous. On ne peut pas avoir la CBI qui est là, qui traite des questions sur la baleine et à certains moments, on essaie d'amener les mêmes questions au niveau de la CITES. Merci.
Thank you again, Togo, for your comments. We'll come back to you on this. New Zealand, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add our support, New Zealand welcomes this update from the Secretariat. We're very supportive of the IWC enhancing its cooperation with other organisations. One of those organisations is actually close to us and dear to us, and that is in the South Pacific. It's the Secretariat of the South Pacific Regional Environmental Programme, known as SPREP. And we understand, I think, 58 species of cetaceans actually exist in the Pacific. So engagement with the IWC on their management and conservation is really useful. So thank you to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New Zealand. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Colombia desea agradecer a la Secretaría por los avances presentados y si nos permite, queremos dar este mensaje. Quisiéramos aprovechar esta oportunidad para tomar la palabra e invitar a los gobiernos contratantes y a los observadores a la próxima reunión 16 de las partes contratantes del Convenio de Diversidad Biológica que se llevará a cabo en la ciudad de Cali, Colombia, del 21 de octubre al 1 de noviembre del 2024. Para Colombia, país más biodiverso por kilómetro cuadrado del planeta, ser anfitrión de la COP de biodiversidad es la mayor apuesta en la lucha por conservar y revertir la pérdida de la biodiversidad. En este sentido, consideramos que esta es la primera vez que nuestro país ostenta este rol, por lo cual nos posiciona frente a este liderazgo del país en materia de biodiversidad. El lema de la COP16 en Colombia será hacer la paz con la naturaleza. Esta consigna invita a reflexionar sobre la necesidad de mejorar nuestra relación con el medio ambiente y a repensar el modelo económico que estamos llevando, que no privilegie la extracción, sobreexplotación y contaminación de la naturaleza. En la COP16, que la ministra de Ambiente, la señora Susana Muhammad, ha denominado como la COP de la gente, será fundamental escuchar las voces de todos, y en especial la de los guardianes de nuestra biodiversidad, los pueblos indígenas, los pueblos afrodescendientes y comunidades campesinas, en general todas las comunidades locales. Son ellos quienes día tras día trabajan incansablemente para proteger los ecosistemas. Por tanto, es imperativo valorar sus conocimientos ancestrales y su papel vital en la gestión sostenible de nuestros ecosistemas. Su participación y liderazgo en la toma de decisiones no solo son esenciales para garantizar la equidad y la justicia ambiental, sino también para alcanzar resultados significativos en la conservación y el uso sostenible de nuestra riqueza biológica para las generaciones presentes y futuras. La protección del ambiente y la promoción y construcción de la paz están intrínsecamente vinculadas. No puede haber desarrollo sostenible sin paz, ni paz sin desarrollo sostenible. Por tanto, hacemos un llamado a abordar los desafíos ambientales de manera integral y a cambiar la relación entre los seres humanos y la naturaleza y hacer la paz con la naturaleza. En su nueva Agenda para la Paz, el secretario general de Naciones Unidas señala que la prevención de los conflictos y de la violencia es una responsabilidad universal, aplicable a todos los países y a todas las sociedades. La protección de la naturaleza, la preservación de la biodiversidad global, así como el restablecimiento de la salud e integridad de los ecosistemas, su conservación y uso sostenible también son una responsabilidad universal. Muchas gracias y los esperamos a todos en Cali.
Thank you very much for the intervention, and we congratulate you on being the host of the next COP, and we wish you well with the COP, and encourage, of course, all of our parties here who are also signatories to attend that meeting, and we wish you well with the meeting. Thank you for the intervention. I'll now ask the Executive Secretary to respond to the comment made by the delegate from Togo, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I would like also to comment on SPREP and the COP in terms of what we are doing. So regarding CITES, it is important to note that the mandate of each one of the organizations and conventions is specific. So the collaboration that we have with CITES, that my colleague Imogen is going to comment on, is on the basis of the mandate of each one of the organizations. So we collaborate because we share work on particular species, but the mandate of each one of the organizations is specific. So I'm going to ask, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, to ask Imogen to describe what we do with CITES, and then I would like to make a comment on the other points raised by the contracting governments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Marta, as well. So with regards to CITES, at the moment, the Secretariat, in the form of our Strandings Coordinator, is working closely with CITES, particularly on the movement of wildlife diagnostic samples. So she is part of a small group that's actually working on that. And in addition to that, we have a participation in a standing committee working on species at risk of extinction affected by international trade. So we do actually work quite closely with them. In addition to this, IWC has a number of resolutions to work with CITES with regards to the movement of samples as well. So we do actually have quite a lot of interaction with them, particularly through our Strandings initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Imogen. Regarding the comment of the Commissioner from New Zealand, indeed, our collaboration with SPREP is a long date one, and one that is very important. There is a paragraph, a section in the report on that, and it's an area where we would like to strengthen also collaboration. Regarding the comment from Colombia, I just wanted to share that, of course, the collaboration with the Convention on Biological Diversity is one for which we have different resolutions, and the Secretariat is currently engaged in preparing for that. It's coming soon. And just to share with you that we are focusing in particular on the focus of the COP on marine and ocean agenda. So we are engaging both on the work that is being coordinated by the Secretariat of the CBD, as well as with the government of Colombia, so that we can participate both in the formal negotiation side, but also on the public side of the people's agenda. We are also collaborating, and this is very relevant for what we were saying in terms of the work of the scientific committee, on an agenda where the CBD is looking at how to use existing assessments, global assessments that could contribute to tracking the implementation and the achievement of the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework, as well as on the agendas related with collaboration with other organizations, and in particular, the work that we do with the biodiversity-related conventions in the group, the Biodiversity Liaison Group, of which we are part of. So we will be participating in the COP and very much looking forward to using that opportunity to give visibility to the work that we do here, and hopefully with that also getting more access to partnerships and collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. I pass the floor to Costa Rica, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Sí, me parece que es muy importante fortalecer todas las relaciones que existan de la Comisión Ballenera Internacional con otros cuerpos internacionales. Sí creo que esta relación tiene que ser basada en apoyo mutuo, y considerando que el Comité Científico de la Comisión Ballenera Internacional es uno de los comités mejor preparados a nivel mundial para datos en lo que refiere a ballenas y en general a cetáceos. Me parece que es muy importante afinar la forma de coordinación con el Convenio de Diversidad Biológica y con el marco estratégico 2030, sobre todo en lo que respecta a los indicadores del programa de monitoreo de ese marco estratégico. Creo que hay que considerar hacer eventualmente una coordinación con el Comité Científico para que desde la Comisión Ballenera Internacional podamos estar contribuyendo con indicadores de biodiversidad relativo a cetáceos en el marco del monitoreo 2030 del CBD. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Costa Rica. I have no other contracting governments requesting the floor. I have one NGO, and I will now pass the floor to the NGO. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. I'm making this intervention on behalf of Pro-Wildlife and 17 NGOs, the names of whom will be provided to the Secretariat. Between 1975 and 86, CITES responded to the IWC's incremental protection of great whale species by listing each of them on its Appendix 1, prohibiting international trade for primarily commercial purposes. Norway, Iceland, and Japan submitted reservations against several of these listings and are continuing to trade products of fin and minke whales. In doing so, they ignore the fact that CITES repeatedly reiterates this prohibition in notifications to parties requesting them, and I quote, not to issue any import or export permit for primarily commercial purposes for any specimen of species or stock protected from commercial whaling by the International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling. According to their National Trade Statistics database, since 2002, Norway has exported about 2,000 tons of whale meat and Iceland more than 14,000 tons, almost exclusively to Japan. Furthermore, exports clearly increased in the last couple of years. We are particularly concerned about inconsistencies in reporting of trade. Even with the reservation against an Appendix 1 listing, parties must fulfill their legal obligation to provide the CITES Secretariat with complete and correct import and export data. Strikingly, the data provided to CITES does not match the data published by respective national trade statistics. Specifically, while Norway has reported exporting about 209 more tons to Japan in its national trade records than it reported to CITES since 2002, Iceland exported about 720 fewer tons in its national statistical databases than reported to CITES during the same time period. Meanwhile, Japan's national trade statistics reported imports of 4,000 fewer tons than Norway and Iceland reported exporting to Japan, and 5,500 more tons than it reported to CITES. Holding a reservation to the CITES Appendix 1 listing of whales undermines the effectiveness of both conventions, which is unacceptable. Thus, we asked the IWC to call on the governments of Iceland, Norway, and Japan to lift their reservations and comply with the associated CITES regulations not to issue export and import permits for commercial trade whale products. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the intervention. And now I return to the report, to the decision. The decision will be, pending your assent, that the Commission notes the report on cooperation with other organisations. Can we so do? I will take silence as assent. All of the comments made, of course, will be reflected in the record. I see no one taking the floor, so with that, we note the report on cooperation with other organisations. I thank the Secretariat for presenting the report and for the hard work that our Executive Secretary and her staff do in working with these other organisations. And with that, we can close that agenda item. That's agenda item 15 is now closed. It is now time for the afternoon break, and I cannot tell you which order we will deal with agenda items after the afternoon break, but I will inform you upon your return. I can tell you that there will be no decisions involving votes made after the afternoon tea break. So please enjoy the break and be back here at 4 o'clock, and we will resume, and I will tell you how I would hope to go through the agenda this afternoon and for the first session at least tomorrow. Thank you very much. Can people resume their seats, please? We will commence business again in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, everybody. So this afternoon, we will be dealing with some agenda items we typically deal with on the last day of the meeting. So we're setting all sorts of new patterns for our work here. Before I go to what those agenda items will be, I want to tell you my plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, in the first session, I hope to open the agenda item on the Scientific Committee, which is agenda item 14. So I would be opening agenda item 14 first thing in the morning. You will recall that in the presentation from the Scientific Committee that the Chair, Alex Sabini, and the Vice Chair, Lindsay Porter, presented to us on day one, they requested questions from delegates to them that they could address in a presentation which will now be tomorrow morning. Those questions are all due in by the end of today. They've received quite a range of questions, so you still have a little bit of time, but not much, to get your questions in. And in the presentation from the Scientific Committee, we will hear responses from the Chair and the Vice Chair to those questions. So we will start with that. Depending on how time goes, I would also like to then deal with agenda item 10.5, the remaining agenda item there that is open on the costings associated with the plastics resolution that was passed at IWC68. So we will go to that. That will likely use our first session at least. The next order of business that I intend to do in the second session tomorrow is to go through and complete the debate and the discussions around the remaining revs of the resolutions. So the resolutions listed in 8.1 through 8.5. So we will deal with those and we will take them to the point where we are ready to make a decision, either in the form of a vote or by consensus. And that will happen tomorrow, and those revs will all be on the website in time for you to be reviewing them in the second session tomorrow. We will then break for lunch. And then in the first afternoon session, we will come back for decision making on the schedule amendment for a South Atlantic whale sanctuary and the 5 resolutions. The agreement, as per that I read out and reminded you of, is that we will make all of those decisions in that first session tomorrow after lunch. And then I will update you at that point on any remaining agenda items we need to deal with. This afternoon, I intend to jump immediately to election of officers. We need to elect a new vice chair and we need to elect a new chair. So that will be the first order of business. And the second order of business, that will be agenda item 16. And I will then jump to agenda item 18 for future meetings. And we will complete those. I will hold agenda item 17, Bureau membership, open until tomorrow. Ideally, we will deal with that in the second morning session after we have debated the resolutions and got them as far as we can. So I'd like to do that, the Bureau membership, before we go to any decision making on the schedule amendment and the resolutions. So that's my plan. I hope you can all live with that order of business. As I say, it's a bit unusual, but we're having to get our business done in a shorter time than usual, so we're doing it in a slightly different way. So with that, I would like to go to elections, agenda item 16, and rule of procedure F1 notes that no, I don't need to do that. We need to, 16.1 is an election of chair. And under that, we would call for nominations for a new chair for the organisation. Do we have any nominations, please? Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate Dr. Nick Gales, Vice Chair of the Commission, and our excellent current Acting Chair as Chair of the Commission for the next biennial period. Thank you.
I was going to say thank you, Australia, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Australia. Are there any further nominations for Chair for the period after this plenary? The floor is open. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a great idea from Australia, and Switzerland is full in support of the idea.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. So I do not think we have any other nominees for chair. There is no one requesting the floor. It feels rather awkward doing this, I have to say, as acting chair in my capacity as vice chair, but nevertheless, times call for strange things. I ask the Commission, is the nomination of Nick Gales acceptable as the next chair of the Commission? I will take applause as assent. So thank you very much. Thank you for the faith you put in me. I will promise to work extremely hard in the intercessional period to deliver on the ambitions of all members of this Commission. And I promise to be as brutal on timing and such things in the next meeting as I have been on this. But thank you all very much. I'm very touched by your support and grateful for it. But I won't be able to do the work satisfactorily without a really good vice chair. So nominations are now open for a new vice chair. I have St. Lucia, please.
Thank you, Chairman. St. Lucia wishes to propose Dr. Brito from Benin to be our next vice chair.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. I recognise Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to support the nomination of Dr. Brito. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana. I recognise Togo.
Le Togo soutient la candidature de M. Brito au poste de vice-président.
Thank you very much, Togo. I recognise Guinea.
Monsieur le Président, la Guinée soutient fortement la candidature du docteur comme au poste de vice-président de la CPI. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Guinea. Well, we have strong support around the representative from Benin, Dr. Brito. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? I see none. Will the Commission find it acceptable to vote Dr. Brito in as the Vice Chair of the Commission? Once again, I will take applause as assent, and I congratulate Dr. Brito from Benin on the nomination as Vice Chair and the acceptance from the Commission. So to be clear, the decision of the Commission is to announce Nick Gales from Australia as the new Chair of the IWC and Dr. Brito from Benin as the new Vice Chair. That decision is now made, and congratulations to the two candidates. And Dr. Brito, I personally greatly look forward to working with you over the intersessional period, and you have my heartiest congratulations on your appointment as Vice Chair. You're welcome to take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, chers distingués délégués. C'est pour moi un honneur que vous me faites pour cette proposition. Je vais beaucoup apprendre de vous, Président, parce que je vous félicite pour tout ce que vous faites, la manière dont vous conduisez cette réunion. Ce serait un plaisir et un honneur pour moi de vous servir tous ici présents et de travailler avec vous d'arrache-pied pour que nous puissions conduire notre organisation à bon port. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the business under agenda item 16, and I thank you all for that. I'm going to keep agenda item 17 open, as I mentioned before, but I will now move to agenda item number 18, future IWC meetings. We know under 18.1, the Scientific Committee SC70 is provisionally scheduled to meet in April and May 2026. That's the traditional period for the meeting. This will be the first in the biennial cycle now for the Scientific Committee. And under 18.2, I now call for any nominations. Just hold on a second, sorry. So under 18.1, are there any nominations to host the Scientific Committee meeting of April and May 2026? I see no one taking the floor at this stage. The Secretariat, the Chair and the Vice Chair and the Bureau will work hard after this meeting to seek a location where the IWC Scientific Committee meeting can be hosted. And for those of you who wish to consider it a little more than just now, I will happily return to this agenda item before the end of the meeting if anyone wishes to make an offer prior to the end of our business at the end of the week. With that, I will move to agenda item 18.2. The biennial schedule of the Commission indicates that there should be a Commission meeting, which will be IWC70 in September or October 2026. I wish to remind delegates that Rule of Procedure B1 encourage invitations to host to be extended at least 2 years in advance. The Secretariat stands ready to assist countries interested in hosting. It's important to highlight that host governments need to cover any costs above the budget allocated by the Commission. So I ask the floor, are there any expressions of interest to host IWC 70? The floor is open. I see Australia again. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Australia is delighted to formally offer to host our next biennial Commission meeting in 2026. Our offer to host has the support of our Minister for the Environment and Water, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and our Prime Minister. I can confirm we have the funding to contribute to the hosting of the meeting, and we will be able to share with you in the coming months in which city it would be held. We hope we're able to warmly welcome you to Australia in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. Are there any other governments wishing to nominate to host IWC 70? I see none. Then I ask the Commission, are you comfortable to agree and accept the offer from Australia to host IWC 70 in Australia in 2026, September, October 2026? Thank you very much. And I certainly know that the Australian government, the Australian people, I as chair, will really look forward to welcoming you all to Australia. We hosted a meeting way back in 2000 in the city of Adelaide, and so it's been a while, and we certainly look forward to being the only ones in the plenary session who are not jet-lagged. But we really do look forward to seeing, I hope, all of you and some more in Australia in 2026. And as chair, I thank the Government of Australia for their generous offer. I particularly note the offer to ensure that costs are covered above the budget of the IWC, and I thank the Government of Australia for providing that assurance. And as we heard from Australia, they will provide more information on the location that will be chosen in due course and reasonably soon. So thank you very much. So with that, I think we can close that agenda item. Excuse me 1 second. Thank you. So just to return to the order in which we do our business, I thank Ian for checking with me on the agenda to cross-check which agenda items still remain open. So I'll just reiterate those. Agenda item 8, schedule amendments, remains open. And at this stage, our intention will be to make a decision on that schedule amendment after lunch tomorrow. Agenda item 9, the proposed resolutions, they are all open. And the intention is that a decision will be made on those after lunch tomorrow, but there will be discussion around the revised versions of those resolutions as appropriate in the session before lunch. Agenda item 10.1, Finance and Administration. There is a need to return to the agenda item of the response to the marine plastics resolution adopted in IWC 68, and that will be done immediately after the agenda item on the Scientific Committee, hopefully in the first session of the day, but possibly in the session after morning tea. Agenda item 14 remains open, the Scientific Committee, and that agenda item will be dealt with first thing tomorrow morning when we open for business. Agenda item 17, the Bureau membership, remains open, and that agenda item will also be dealt with in all likelihood as the last agenda item of the second morning session. Depending on how we go, we may well move to agenda item 19, last thing in the morning, which is other matters. And the final agenda item, which we will deal with after we have made the decisions, will be adoption of daily reports. So I hope that's clear for everyone. And what you might be anticipating now as we approach 4:30 is that I have not nominated any agenda item for this afternoon. So we will be breaking early, it pains me to say, and giving you all back an hour to undertake the work you need to do. Please, have a look at the revised versions of the resolutions that are already available on the website, and any further drafting and work that needs to happen, this is an ideal opportunity. So with that, there is an announcement, and so I will pass to the Executive Secretary for an announcement. Thank you, Marta.
Thank you. The government of Brazil is hosting an event tonight at 6:30 in the Brazil Embassy on best practice in interacting with whales, lessons learned in Brazil, and all the information is available in the website on the side events site. So you'll find everything there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, and thank you very much to Brazil. With that, this session is closed, and have a good evening, everybody, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Thank you.